climate action and other environmental issues. Again, showing a fertile ground where it can be tapped into to solve environmental issues and to champion for climate action. Then we had Youth for Sustainable Climate Actions by Mr. Justus Kipkogei, who took us through catalyzing local innovations through education for sustainable development. Then Dr. Obi did the indigenous trees arboretum and nursery, restoring health through tree therapy, where Dr. Obi was able to elaborate to us how the tree arboretum and the nurseries giving therapy to the society. Now, in sub-team 2, which is RCE, multi-stakeholder partnership as hubs for education for sustainable development in climate action and climate financing, Mwanasiti Mbete was able to present something on the influence of BOM budgeting competencies on governance of public primary schools. That is in Mombasa, Kenya. A number of presenters were not able to present, but then on sub-theme 1, there was something on cassava which was not presented, and finally we had Youth Entrepreneurship for Sustainability by Dr. Gathu Kirubi. So that is, in a nutshell, what was presented yesterday, and I want to appreciate the presenters and also the participants, and to say that the sessions were really highlighting, even as we look into our theme of our RCE this year. So I welcome now any reactions on the recap, so that we can move on to the next session. Any reactions, anything that we could have left out, which was discussed yesterday? Now, if there is none, then I will call upon Mr. Agan so that he can tell us how far we are on the issues of tree planting. There is one here.
Good morning, everyone. My urgent issue is about culture. You didn't mention about those who presentation for the culture, songs, morning hours. And then most of our environmental issues are in a type of indigenous names. Maybe our agencies yesterday raised something telling us that we have left them out. You know, most of our age, we get language from our parents, our grandparents, and we receive more about the environmental issues around the swamps, medicine, and any other issue about environmental. Most of them are in indigenous sites. So how can we mitigate, or how can we mediate these people so that they get the message from our old age and to these Gen Z age sets? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that highlight, that we missed out what was done in the morning. Of course, there were the speeches from the various presenters in the morning, even as we began our conference. Was a presentation from various groups, including the ones on indigenous knowledge. Now, day 2, which is today, I think we have something on indigenous knowledge and issues of food security, and I think he has raised a very important point, the nexus between the youth and the old generation. How do we bridge that gap? How do we bring the youth on board as far as issues of indigenous knowledge is concerned? Are they aware of this traditional indigenous knowledge that has been applied over time to be able to curb issues of climate change and issues of environmental concern? Thank you. I think there is another hand there.
Thank you so much. My name is Musa Igesa, and maybe there's something on KICD presentation on CBC. There was the question on the criteria to be used when the juniors will be joining the senior school, the criteria to be used. That there was no reaction on that. Then also something cropped up about the funding model, how to go about it, maybe to be shed some more light and their own how the future holds about the funding model, because at the moment it's a crisis of those joining the tertiary institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will reserve those questions to the time when we will have come back for our session so that we ask the people concerned who are presenting on criteria to be used and the funding model. So I'll now call upon Agan to guide us in the next session of going out to do the tree planting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of us. Those who are still outside, we request that you come in because we have started. And our colleagues online, thank you so much for joining already. We want to have a small session that we skipped yesterday for tree planting. It will take a maximum of 20 minutes, just outside here, outside the School of Environmental Sciences. So we are ready for tree planting. So I will request all of us to, I want to request, yeah, there is this, Justus and Dr. Saina. Dr. Saina, please. So we will follow the two of them. They will lead us where we are going to do the tree planting. So Justus is behind there. You can just raise your hand. So that is Justus. He's student leader, Environmental Association. And we have Dr. Saina, who was here yesterday. We are going directly. We will get out of this building. Then we take a left turn on a tarmac road. It is just 100 meters from there. And then we'll assemble back here in the next 20 minutes. So I expect us to be here by 9:40. So please let us move. Thank you so much.
means there is increased evaporation of water from the oceans and the other water bodies. Once this moisture goes into the atmosphere, and then it is driven by the winds up the mountains, and then it's cooled to generate very heavy precipitation. Now, those winds that carry moisture are called moisture-laden winds. Once they have released precipitation up the mountains, then they continue to move beyond the mountain. The other side of the mountain then experiences dry winds. Now, dry winds have the capacity, very high capacity, to absorb any moisture and take it away. And that brings about very serious droughts. Of course, we know droughts disseminate, or they clear and destroy any form of vegetation because of lack of moisture. So these droughts contribute to food insecurity. It destroys plant life, including the crops, and that the consequences are very clear: livestock deaths, food insecurity, conflict over water resources and pasture resources. These are the ones we are calling resource-based conflicts. Now, the excessive precipitation also generates adverse effects in the name of floods, you see, and floods can be very, very destructive, we know. But let's continue a bit. The increased temperature, coupled with increased moisture, as I explained, creates what we call hot and humid conditions. These hot and humid conditions then becomes ideal for the breeding and the emergence of waterborne and vector-borne diseases. So climate change brought about by greenhouse gases or gas emissions has very, very serious consequences in as far as disease episodes is concerned. Finally, and not, let me say, to summarize, let us also look at this other consequence of greenhouse gases. Namely, the same greenhouse gases we have talked about, as they accumulate in the Earth's atmosphere, they deplete the ozone layer. Once the ozone layer is depleted, then that provides an avenue for the entry of harmful ultraviolet radiation. This is the genesis of carcinogenic impacts. And we know in simplified language, when the UVs enters into the atmosphere, into the Earth's atmosphere and the Earth itself, and then it distorts the genetic material of plants and animals. This is the genesis of cancer, ladies and gentlemen. And we know the socioeconomic, psychological, financial consequences of carcinogenic-related diseases. And we are doing some epidemiology. We say that it is cancer that is not very responsive to medication. This is something that has caused great nightmares in the world. If I get time, ladies and gentlemen, we shall expound these arguments, and then we shall be able to have more lively discussions. For the interest of time, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. Now, Dr. Saina. So I will join my colleagues there because of the first year students.
Thank you so much. Welinga, welcome. As we give the flowers to Dr. Giptoi, flowers, and then give him. Thank you so much. Welinga, 10 minutes.
Good morning once again. Mine is going to be a very brief presentation. Based on what was supposed to have been done yesterday, and that is basically on sub-theme number 2. If we can look at sub-theme number 2, it generated a lot of debate yesterday as various presentations were being made, and it's therefore imperative that we have a relook at what it is. And basically, I would want to talk about the role, the multi-stakeholder partnership as hubs for education for sustainable development in climate action and climate finance. Yesterday we realized that the way to go is making partnership, collaborations, and therefore RCE as a global platform becomes a very important entity which each one of us as an individual or as a community or as any other forum we can be able to use to advance our issues based on education for sustainable development and also on the issues of the 17 SDGs of Sustainable Development Goals, of which RCE is based on. Basically, I would want to look at the various, the following components of the sub-theme. One, the context of the multi-stakeholder aspect. Why do we refer to RCE as a hub? And how does RCE play a role in climate action and climate financing? And all this will try to revolve around the expectations of the global RCE community. Now, one is that RCE as an entity just came up or was created immediately after the establishment of the 17 sustainable goals at global level by leaders. Leaders at global level were able to come up with those goals after the lapsing of the Millennium Development Goals. So if you see that after every 15-year period, there is always what global community coming together and trying to address what the global community undertakes. And for SDGs, they will come to an end at around 2030, and therefore we have just very few years remaining before we conclude the implementation of the 17 sustainable goals. Yesterday, the Global RC Center spokesperson mentioned that so far we have only covered 17% of the 169 targets. The 17 SDGs have got each SDG or each goal contains targets to be achieved. And each of these targets, which are 169, only 17% has been achieved. And that provides us food for thought as members of the RC community to see what we can be able to do. And there are various global action programs that have been put in place through the United Nations University that tries to aspire to do what is expected of them as on behalf of the United Nations University. And the rallying call here is SDG number 17. Now, what does this SDG number 17 say? It emphasizes on the issue of partnership, global partnership. That's why, for us to emphasize the issue of global partnership, then we need to go back to SDG number 4, specifically the importance of education as an enabler of what? Achieving the 17 sustainable goals. And therefore, we find that RC as an entity plays a very critical role because it's concerned with the use of education for sustainable development and the concept of global partnership at various levels. That's why RCs at local level with the grassroots movements become a very important key cog or hub in trying to transform all these global SDGs into local solutions. And that's why it is important that we are able to understand the role of RCs in all this. And since we partake to using RC as a platform, then it's important that we understand what does the Global RC Center expect of each one of us. So that talks about the issue of, can you just go to the next slide? Next. So I've just mentioned that out of that deliberation, United Nations University was tasked with coming up with two major projects. The first one was coming up with a network, which is the RCE, and also to be able to come up with a forum through which research and the deliberations on what goes on within the RCE community can be documented through research and publication. And that's what's the main mandate of the United Nations University. As we are here now, whatever you have come here to present, for example, is expected to reach the RCE base in Tokyo. And from there, they are able to document and see whether whatever you are doing at grassroots level meets the expectation of the RCE mandate. And that's why it's important that even the conference that we are holding here right now is under the control of UNU at the Tokyo platform. Then, next. Now, looking at that ESD has got a strategic framework through which it operates. Now, this framework has the goals and objectives. And the goals and objectives are 4 of them. So we have the issue of advancing of the regional and local solutions. As we meet from Ghana, Nigeria, Somali, and right in our villages, when we come together like this, then we are trying to look at the various solutions we are trying to address for climate action at our local level. And therefore, we are able to also compare with what's happening in Somali or in Ghana. And then from there, we find that at this level, though you sound local, but you're relating it to the global aspects. And then we have strategies in place. One of the major strategies is, for example, holding of conferences of this nature through which dissemination of information can be undertaken. And then we have strategic partners, all of them within the framework of the ESD program. And then we have the UNU, or the United Nations University, which tries to guide the various thematic areas through which we have to be able to follow. For example, before the RCE North Rift was able to be granted a chance to host this event, we went through a very rigorous process. And that's why we were able to win the bid to host the conference. We were able to say that we are ready as an RCE North Rift to guide the rest of Africa in ensuring that the various activities that we take at our local level, at regional level in Somali, Ghana, and so forth, are able to follow the expectation, the mandate, and the mission of the RCE Global. And that's why they agreed, and I'm sure there are many, many other countries that were able to bid for this hosting, but we came up best. Next. Now, you realize we're talking of RCE as a hub. Then how does RCE become as a hub? Or in our own understanding, what is a hub? What's a hub? So in context, you find that one, we have the ESD, or the SDG number 4. Then we have the SDG number 17 that is guiding us, okay? It's very central in all the activities that we are doing. And then RCE as an entity, therefore, is the enabler, or is the one who is championing, ensure that each one of us. So whatever we are doing at various levels, we are connected to this hub, which is RCE, in ensuring that all this happens. Next. So based on the issue of the hub, now you can see the framework through which RCE operates. RCE fora, or forums like this, are the only forum, I think, globally, where you can be able to interact with somebody who has never gone to school, for example. Somebody who reached the basic primary school, and he or she is able to interact with a professor. This is the only forum where you can come in front here and explain yourself without going into the scholarly steps that we go through in the academic world. And as an academician, you will be interested in what that person is trying to do. A typical example is that from my experience, I've been privileged to have students from here, attach them to a solid waste collecting group, which is composed of former street children, people who have never gone to school, and they're running a very good enterprise in Eldoret, specifically Old Uganda Road and Uruma. They go into collecting the solid waste and they harness them. So I've been privileged to attach through this university some students to go and collect some data based on that, on issues of e-waste. And through that, you find that though they may not be knowing what they are doing, but as a scholar, you can be able to interact with them and be able to know what exactly they are doing. So that framework, therefore, becomes very critical. Excuse me. Then, of course, the multi-stakeholder partnership has got goals. It has got next. It has goals. So there are goals that as an RCE, we try to achieve. And then we also have the RCE Service Center. Next, please. Trying to move fast. Next, please. So RC Global Center has got a vision and a mission, which each one of us should be able to know. Now, all these things, if you go to the RC Global Service Center, they are there. Next. Now, I've talked of the expectations, okay? Now, RC since 2015 has been able to come up with a mwelekeo. In Kenya, we talk of English, Kiswahili mwelekeo, a roadmap through which each one of us is able to follow. So they came up with a roadmap between 2016 and up to 2020, which was able to guide the various RCs globally on what they are able to do. And through these conferences, they were able to insist that the expectations were made through such a conference. So after 2020, they also came up with another roadmap, which they expect us to also follow and be able to lead us up to 2030. Next. So that is the current roadmap for RC Global, which runs from between 2021 and 2030. So we expect that this roadmap from the RC Global Center, we are able to follow it to the letter so that we are able to achieve the deficiency that we have so far seen, that we have only achieved 17%, then how do you achieve the remaining in the remaining years up to 2030? Next. So that's the vision again. Next. So that just try to explain what is contained within the roadmap. You can be able to get a copy. If you just go to the online, you can be able to, I would want each one of us to extract it and have it as a Bible, as a point of reference. If you are like the Green Connection, for example, get a copy and see what can be done, and then get references from the RC members and see what you can do. Whoever you are, use it as a reference, and it's through this reference point that, for example, the global awards they were able to mention yesterday, when they will be coming to see the best project this year, then RC Global will be able to see whether your project meets the expectation of that particular what? Roadmap. Is that clear? So for you to be able to win a golden award at the Global RC, the 2020 competition, which you are competing with the RC North America, Asia, and so forth, then the best that will be able to achieve the expectation of that roadmap is what will be able to come up top. Next. Next, just next. Next again. Next again. I've been able to talk about it. So these are the next again. Let's move next. Let's there, just behind. Now I want us to look at RC and climate action. Basically, there's the issue of collaborative governance, and then the issue of the community-based what? Initiatives, okay? At some point, we used to have this rallying call that do locally and think. I'm sure we are all aware of that, isn't it? And that's the basis of the RCs. In Kenya, we are lucky that our political class came up with the bottom-up concept, isn't it? So apart from looking at it from the other perspective, you find that RCE really aspires or tries to implement the bottom-up concept. It is possible for us to make decisions based on the community initiative and be able to move them to the next level. Next. Next. The other thing is that this RC then becomes our global learning space, okay? If you are on this space, then somebody in Nicaragua, somebody in Sydney, RC will be able to know what you are trying to do. So let's try to make as much as possible to use one as a global learning space. Next. Let's go straight to climate finance. Climate finance, and it is a very critical thing climate financing. I just want also again to summarize on the issue of climate financing. One, there's the green, just go to next, backward, kidogo. Kidogo, backward. Yes. So we have what is known as climate finance, and as a country, Kenya, we have already policies in place on climate finance, okay? We have policy documents. What is also there next, what's also there is that we also have institutional structure. At the top, we have the Treasury, which has got the climate finance unit. I'm trying to talk about the institutional structure so that you and me can know where you fall. So that by the time you're saying, oh, we don't have money, we don't have finances, then you should know where you lie and what role you can play to acquire this funding. Is that clear? So at the top, we have the climate finance unit in the Treasury. So that you and me, we cannot go get funding from World Bank or African Development Bank, for example. But on behalf of the government of Kenya, through the parliamentary legislation, they will look for money for climate finance. Remember this year, Our Excellency, the President, he, on the global forum, he was able to use those instruments to source for funding, okay? And then the parliamentarians came and sat down and made various deliberation, so that that funding can be able to reach you at the local level. The question is that happening? We have a wonderful policy, but the key issue is that it's very complicated. Two, next. That one, okay, if you look at that framework, the institutional framework, if you look at that institutional framework, the Kenyan way, from the policies, the government has tried to put in place certain institutional structures. The other day, there was some money from World Bank, known as FLOCA. I'm sure some of us have heard about FLOCA, isn't it? FLOCA. The other day when I was in Busia, Kenya, I tried to find out at the ward level, the sub-county level, what's happening, because there's a structure at the ward level known as climate change subcommittee at the ward level. And I wanted just to be a member there so that I can be able to generate some ideas there. But I was not allowed to, at my level, nobody wanted to accept me to become a member. So the main interest was the funding that was being channeled there. So far, around 30 billion has been channeled. But has it impacted on you at the local level, the FLOCA money? That's the question you should be asking. The problem is that these institutional structures are there, yes. But the implementation and how they should be able to do, we are still away as far. There's a very big gap between that institutional structure and its effective implementation. As a CBO, are you part of it? I think the questions that keep on arising. And therefore, if you use RCE as a platform, you are able to advance your issue, and then you are able to make lobbying so that you become part and parcel of that institutional structure. Next. So you have said there's the government policy. The issue, the good thing is that the spirit and the mood of that institutional structure is that it wants to bring everybody on board. It's the implementation that is a challenge because there's still lack of capacity to implement it effectively. The challenge is here that as we lack the capacity, time is running out. And therefore, as this money comes from World Bank, the Green Fund, the Green Environment Fund, somehow this money just ends up somewhere there without having a positive impact. These are the challenges as a stakeholder in RCE. You need to take it up so that you are able to shout at this level and then be able to make. Let's go to closing remarks. Next. Just move on. What we are saying is that with RCE, in closing remark, with RCE, it is possible to improve the mainstreaming of climate action into actions and plans. RCE North Rift had an opportunity, for example, one time to come up with a proposal for the Green Fund, a very wonderful proposal, and it was to involve almost all the stakeholders in the North Rift. But because of those institutional weaknesses, we are not able to go through. Next. The other one is that we can be able to identify common problems, so that when we come together, then we have got a greater voice. Just move on. Then on the issue of devolution, Kenya is a developed society, and therefore we need to play a greater role in it. Next. Those are just conclusions. Like now, the takeaways as RCE. We are well positioned as RCE, wherever you are, to be able to translate global goals into local actions, because we are multi-stakeholder in so that's a very good strength that we have and an opportunity. And then we can also be able to focus the problems, let's say in the Pokot, the problems in Busia, the problems in Somali, and through RCE we can be able to focus on that as we solve the global problems. Then as a conclusion, from here, as we go back, let's develop action plans based on the global RCE roadmap. Do not just do your project without bearing in mind that we have a global roadmap which we have to follow. Make action plans, make your documentation, and try to implement them. Collaborate, make a partnership, and through that, I'm sure you'll be able to be heard and attention will be heard. For example, should we have one of us winning the global award, I'm very sure UNU will be interested in what you are trying to do, and they bring it to the global forum. With those remarks, I would want to close down, and I say thank you.
So again, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. Now we are going to our next presenter, Professor Samson Kofi Kiei from Ghana. Welcome. Ion exchange properties of onion skin and orange mesocap, a sustainable approach to metal ion removal from aqueous solutions. Welcome, Prof. Yeah, you can try 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm privileged to speak to our colleagues here on ion exchange properties of onion skin and orange mesocap. We see it as a sustainable approach to the removal of heavy metals from aqueous solution, from wastewater. And we know that the predominance of these heavy metals in the environment poses so much threat. Number one, to the environment and also to our health as people who are always interacting with the environment. And as and when these heavy metals persist, it's going to affect the ecosystem. We are interested in ensuring that there is a clean environment. So to be able to do that, it is important that frantic efforts are made to kind of get rid of all these metals that may be present coming from industrial processes and also other activities like mining that normally ends up in the water bodies. So it is important that we treat, the next slide, sir, we treat these heavy metals, we treat aqueous solutions, wastewater, so that all these metals are getting rid of it. There are diverse strategies that have been adopted to remediate aqueous solution or wastewater. But we realize that there have been some challenges, some drawbacks like high cost, which is not cost effective. Number two, we also see that it is kind of toxic, as in when it is released into the environment, it's not degradable. Since we are championing a greener environment without any of these toxins, it's important we resort to a very cost-effective and eco-friendly strategy that will even help us going forward in this environment. So we are resorting to what we call sustainable solutions. Please, the next slide. Sustainable solutions, it's important we adapt that so that we would be able to get rid of all these heavy metals present in aqueous solutions, present in wastewater, without eventually releasing some of these toxins or becoming a mess that is creating an environment where our remnants are no longer degradable. So it is important we address it in a sustainable way. That's why we are talking about sustainable solution. It's important. Now, having known that, we will ask the question, why this? Because once these methods are adopted, accepted, implemented, I'm sure it will help us as a nation, as a globe that is interested in achieving the goals of the sustainable development. It will help our economy because we will no longer spend much more money getting some of these synthetic or commercial solutions to these kinds of aqueous solutions full of heavy metals and also other carcinogenic compounds. So it's important we look at that. Number two, we're going to understand that it will help us going forward as a society, and the environment will be clean, the environment will be healthy, the environment will be friendly, because all these heavy metals have been removed from the aqueous solution, and as such, as and when it is allowed to flow into the other bodies, it will no longer be toxic to the aquatic organisms or the organisms in the water bodies. The next slide, sir. I asked myself as I present this short work, why this review? Why are we so much interested in this? Much work has been done on this particular kind of challenge, but our interest is to ensure that we update ourselves as to the fact that, yes, it is possible to resort to a greener means of removing this heavy metal from aqueous solution. We also want to understand the future, that going forward, is there anything we can do as a team so that our bid to achieve these goals of sustainable development is actually becoming a reality. So it's important we have to go through this review in this perspective. Please, the next slide. Now, this is the method we actually used in preparing this short review. We resorted to information that are available in Scopus database, Web of Science database, and other databases. We didn't also forget to consider some of the information from books and other dissertations to be able to have the current information on this particular challenge and how it could be solved. Now, what then are the mechanisms? It's important we understand that these commercial, absorbents we have been using over the past few years, there are some challenges I posed earlier, but we would have to understand that initially, for us to be able to find a sustainable means or a sustainable option, we would have to look for a strategy that performs the same function, number one, and after it performs that same function, it is also able to give us a result that will no longer pollute the environment. That is what actually came in, and we realized that the use of biosorbents, these orange mesocap and onion skin, is a very good replacement, and also it has an advantage of the synthetic ones that are able to do that work. And it's important we also understand that once we are able to do this through a means of absorption, through a means of elution, through a means of this absorption and elution, it will actually help us get the water clean, number one, and also pose a very good response to the environment. So when we check from that slide, you realize that there is an ion exchange mechanism over there, where initially, as and when there is this dissolution of these resins or ion exchanges into the water body, there's a swap of ions, as we see from the slide. Let's see the next slide. But in the next slide, I want to explain that this exchange, as and when it happens with biological options, what I mean is this agro waste, like the onion mesocarp and the onion skin and the orange mesocarp, we realize that it is able to do the same job because we have some functional groups, and these functional groups are able to swap the position of the cations in that particular body, and eventually all those metals are gotten rid of from that particular aqueous solution. So it is important to understand that the functional groups, that is the aromatic, the phenolic functional groups, the thiol functional groups, the organic acid functional group, and of course the alcoholic functional groups actually is able to exchange. The anions are able to exchange the position with the cations, and that is how all those heavy metals like cadmium, chromium, and what have you are taken away from the water body. So you realize that this is a sustainable application in that it's doing the same work, but it is no longer posing a challenge to the environment. A sustainable strategy in that it is cost effective. A sustainable strategy in that it is readily available. You could get onion skin everywhere. Orange mesocarp is always in abundance in our part of the world. Please, the next slide. So this is a sustainable solution. And this is the mechanism of what we actually put in across to the house, that we have that orange mesocarp extract over there, and the onion skin extract. We then modify it chemically. You can use organic acids or mineral acids. Then you get that particular modified product. Now, this modified product, as and when it is dissolved in water, but take note, we would have to prepare, metal ion solutions. Then we do the dissolution in that particular kind of wastewater or aqueous solution. When it happens that way, it is able, as I explained in the previous slide, to remove all those heavy metals via ion exchange from their reactive, or binding sites. And that reactive binding sites have become a rate as a result of the modification we actually took that particular extract through. Although unmodified extract can do the same work, we should understand that. And eventually you could regenerate that particular kind of extract in the course of that simple strategy. So in effect, using the onion skin extract or the orange mesocarp extract could do the same work as the other commercial resins do. Please, let's take the next slide. And basically, you could prepare the extract. And in our world of research, because something characterizes, you would have to know, of course, whether or not the binding size has been enhanced. Of course, those ones that are modified have their binding size enhanced, but unmodified ones may not have much more binding size as the modified ones. Then you actually prepare the ion solution. And of course, you could vary you could vary all those kinds of absorption by considering some important factors, because these factors normally affect the metal ion removal. Honestly, when you vary the pH, you vary the concentration of the metal ion, the agitation time, the agitation temperature, you realize that we are able to enhance or increase, the absorption, the removal of ions from that wastewater. So research has confirmed that many a time between a pH of 2 and 7, there is a greater absorption. Of course, when the concentration of the metal ion also is increased, we could also see, a greater kind of absorption. And also, when the size, of course, the size of the absorbent is reduced, it will also lead to a greater or an enhanced absorption. So varying all these and many others we couldn't outline here could, of course, increase the rate of removal of ions from that wastewater or aqueous solution. Then on the next slide, I want to consider these, which I've outlined earlier, that these are the factors that actually enhances or influences the removal of the ions from the metal solution. There are other factors which are still being investigated. I'm very sure that would also give us much more conviction about how effective this method is. Now, on the next slide, as I prepare to conclude, I want to touch on works people have done to validate this review, to validate this kind of approach we are putting across. Many people have done several work. I've outlined about 5 of them on the first slide, the second, and the next slide to confirm that all these metal ions in aqueous solution could be removed using orange mesocarp extract and onion skin extract. Of course, their potential applications have also been outlined there. So about 5 of them, and many I couldn't put across, confirm that globally we could help realize our dream by resorting to this eco-friendly, biodegradable, and also readily available, even if it's cost-effective, to be able to get rid of all these contaminants that may be persisting in our aqueous solution or wastewater. Please, the next slide. The next slide, sir. So basically, we want to confirm that this method actually helps us in achieving it is consistent with the sustainable development goals. I've outlined about 5 of them there. Life on land. Number 2, climate action, of course, because of the fact that we are not, polluting the environment. We are not worsening our plight. It's a good methodology. We have also seen the third one, that's SDG number 12, responsible consumption and production. The SDG 1, and also other ones. And finally, on this slide, I just want to re-emphasize what I've been championing all this while about the strategy, that it poses a very good advantage over the commercial, method. We have all these ready availability, cost effectiveness, of course, little or no toxins, and all these and many others helps us in the enhancement of a circular economy. Now we are all interested in realizing that all our activities by way of research promotes what we call a circular bioeconomy. And of course, this particular methodology confirms and affirms that. Please, the next slide. And there are some challenges looking into, recommending this as a very good strategy. We should understand that there are some challenges, but challenges, as you know, are meant to overcome. In this world, every one of us knows that. So once we have this dream, we would have to address those challenges so that we can now recommend and, of course, see to it that it becomes acceptable for. Of course, we have some of the technical challenges that may come with logistics, but we could always see through. We have some regulatory and standardization issues. Then we may also have some issues of the fact that in the event we want to enhance the binding site to increase the rate of absorption or ion removal, we may have to do what we call modification. And sometimes people may say it may come with some cost, but I think the cost here, if we should do a comparative analysis, may not be so much huge as compared to resorting to synthetic or commercial resins in the removal of iron from wastewater and other aqueous solutions. Please, the next slide. Then, as I conclude, all I'm saying is that it is important to understand that orange mesocap is not a waste. Onion skin is not waste. It actually, it could be converted to something worthy, waste to wealth. Of course, we can valorize this waste and help us ensure that we are able to promote a cleaner environment as and when these are becoming what we are interested in. And finally, for us to get this, I think we should collaborate with the industries. That's the challenge we have here. People say that you do a lot of research, but why is it that you're unable to solve the problems? Many a times, we are unable to have that kind of synergy between ourselves and the environment. When the government, the academia, I'm talking about the universities, the research institutions collaborate, of course, with industries, I'm sure we can all come around, turn to the table and ensure that these and many other methods are adapted as a way of helping achieve the sustainable development goals outlined. Thank you very much. These are some of the references I used, and I want to acknowledge the World Bank for sponsoring this work. Could you show the next slide, sir? ICP, World Bank financed this work, and we want to appreciate and acknowledge everything they did. Thank you very much for your attention.
Prof, that was wonderful. Flowers also for him. And welcome. Yes, so I think we shall have a very interesting plenary. Yes, because the onion is what we usually have, the oranges, and those are things that are so practical in our homes. And we are now seeing they are so important. They can remove lead, cadmium, and the others. So let us prepare with discussions. So thanks, Prof. Next, we are just limiting to 10 minutes so that we are able to get time for plenary. It's an online presentation by Mwanasiti Bete. Mwanasiti Bete. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello, Mwanasiti.
Hello, yes. Now, good morning, everybody. My name is Mwanasiti Mbete Mwalimu. And first and foremost, I would like to appreciate the University of Eldoret fraternity for this opportunity. The paper is on nexus between Board of Management decision-making competences and governance of public primary schools in Mombasa County. This study defined governance as a collection of duties, roles, and practices that that gives direction to an institution in order to accomplish its educational goals through successful use of resources, accountability, and ability to ensure that there is public engagement in decision making. Now, several studies have been performed on the same, Most of them established that a trustworthy corporate governance guarantees equity, responsibility, and openness in decision-making in an institution. More so, the stakeholders, whereby in this paper, the study, there will be the board of management as stakeholders. They are supposed to make informed decisions based on the actual conditions of the school. Now, the board of management has been given the mandate to run the schools. And in that matter, they are expected to offer insightful information to the institutions. Next. The board of management are supposed to be of high level of competency in terms of decision-making, budgeting, human resource management, and even physical resource management. And this is because they are expected to ensure that all the resources are allocated effectively, the decisions are made to the best interest of the students. This has not been the case in Mombasa County, as most of the board of management have been accused of inadequate competences, which has been a result of mismanagement of resources and the schools not adhering to educational policies. Though several studies have been performed on board of management and governance of schools, none was performed on influence of board of management decision-making competences on governance of public primary schools in Mombasa County, and also did not use the moderating effect of board of management demographic characteristics here in terms of age, education, and gender on the relationship between boards of management, decision-making competences, and governance of public primary schools in Mombasa County. The objectives of this study were to evaluate the influence of board of management decision-making competencies, next, and to explore the moderating effect of board of management demographic characteristics on the relationship between boards of management decision-making competences and governance of public primary schools in Mombasa County. Next. This study was based on stewardship theory, reason being that the board of management are considered as stewards that are working on behalf of the government in managing the schools. In that matter, they are expected to put the firm's objectives ahead of personal interest. They are also expected to prioritize organization and activities in their superiors' best interest. Therefore, we can say they are supposed to show responsibility that has been entrusted on them. Next. The study used pragmatism research philosophy, as it used the mixed method that is qualitative and quantitative. Cross-sectional descriptive research was also used, and the study location was Mombasa County Public Primary Schools. A target population of 97 public primary schools were involved, the sample size being 200, that is 97 head teachers, 97 board of management chairpersons, and 6 sub-county directors of education. Reason being that the Mombasa County, we have 6 sub-counties. Mombasa County has 97 public primary schools, and all of them were sampled for the study. Hence, census sampling procedure was appropriate for this study. Questionnaires were used to collect data from the head teachers and the board of management chairpersons, while the interview guide was used for the sub-county directors of education. Piloting was done in a nearby county, that is Kilifi County, whereby 20% of the target population was involved, and letters of authority and permits were obtained as the data collection procedure. Descriptive and inferential statistics were used in this study, not forgetting that the ethical considerations were also involved. The consent of the respondent was considered, anonymity and also intrusion was avoided by the researcher. Move on. Out of the 200 respondents, 195 responded, and that made 87.5% response rate. That is from the head teachers and the Board of Management chairpersons. Now, for the sub-county directors of education, 5 of them were available for the interview, and that represented 83.3% response rate. And according to Mugenda and Mugenda, that response rate was deemed excellent. The reliability of the tool was good, as the crunch by alpha values were all greater than 0.7, and then we can say they were good for the analysis. Next. From the respondents involved, we had 54.90 female and 45.10 male. So that is a good gender balance, though the female was slight majority. And this was consistent with the studies that had been performed by Akinyi, that is 2013, and Nyongesa and Otiende in 2017 in Siaya and Kisumu County. Move on. 42.90 of the respondents had bachelor's degree. 15.40 had masters. 1.10% had PhD, and the 40.6%, who are the others, had certificates, diplomas as their highest education level. So we can say that the respondents, they have a good education level, and meaning that they are aware of the problems pertaining the public primary schools governance in Mombasa County. The quantitative responses on decision-making competences indicated that to what extent do you think decision-making has an effect on governance in your school, had a highest mean of 4.3657. So we can say, and the lowest was non-program decisions are made by board members in this school. We can say that the mean reflects a strong consensus of the importance of effective decision-making in governance. On the qualitative responses on decision-making, among the sub-county directors, one of them indicated that investment in decision-making in school level ensures good leadership and betterment of schools in general. While another one said that investing in schools, as gave an example of poultry farming activities, help to generate income whose proceeds can be used to buy desks, pay teachers, and do some repairs, among others, suggesting that all this could be through good decision-making in the institution. And another sub-county director also indicated that a BOM with strong decision-making skills can develop and implement strategies plan that align with the school goals and educational standards. Effective decision-making ensures that the school's vision, mission, and long-term objective are clearly defined and pursued. So we can say that the decisions made by the board inform the way resources are allocated, including budgeting on staffing, infrastructure, due to good decision making. The findings on the governance of public schools also, the highest mean was there was oversight in this school, which indicated that evaluations are done in these public primary schools, which had a 3.18, and the lowest had 3.10. So we can say there was the means were all around 3.1 to 3.2, suggesting a consensus towards the agreement. Next. Bivariate correlation analysis, which was used to answer the questions, how does a board of management decision-making ability affect the governance of public primary schools, had a moderate positive correlation coefficient of 0.527. This indicates that the public primary schools in Mombasa County and the Board of Management ability to make decisions are positively and moderately correlated. So we can say effective decision-making processes are associated with improved governance in public primary schools in Mombasa County. Next. In conclusion, the study indicates that there is a strong consensus among the respondents that effective decision-making positively influences governance. A rational decision-making is perceived moderately well, whereas emotional, political, and programmed decisions are seen as less prevalent. And from the sub-county directors, they underscore the importance of board of management role in strategic planning, resource management, and stakeholders engagement, contributing to enhanced accountability, conflict resolution, and ethical governance. Now, the recommendations is that the Ministry of Education in Mombasa County should try to prioritize and have training programs
So that is great. That was our second presentation. The first presentation was done yesterday, and therefore we need to flower also. Yes. So we can now flower the presenter. Ama, we give there was what was environmental clubs. 1, 2, 3. Give. Okay. So we'll break for 15 minutes tea break. Tea is just outside here. And then immediately after that, we come and continue with the next presentations. So welcome for tea. As usual, the dignitaries, you can start off. We are almost forgetting that we pray for tea. So we have one of us praying for tea. You can pray, madam. So you stand. Volunteer. Amen. Strictly 15 minutes, let us be here. You can even have your tea and bring it here. Thank you. Pick your tea and then come in.
continue. So our first presenter, we have Professor Wilkista Moturi. Wilkista, Prof, you, yes. Professor, welcome. Welcome, Prof. You have 10 minutes.
10 when he starts, because he's projecting for me.
Okay.
So, welcome. Good morning, everyone. I request that the presentation be projected, please, so that we can move together. Meanwhile, as they do the projection, I'm Wilkista Nyaora Moturi, the Dean, Faculty of Environment and Resources Development from Egerton University. The faculty hosts the RCE, Mau Ecosystem Complex, and I'm here this morning, and I've come to this conference to make presentations on what we are doing in our RCE. Our RCE consists of okay. I hope I'm not being timed yet, because they're yet to project. So as we wait for that, I can be making a few remarks. So we host the RCE, Mau Ecosystem Complex, in the faculty. And we work with government institutions, we have NGOs in the area, we have CBOs, and other many organizations that we work with. Yeah, so that is the presentation. So next, please. I just want to give an overview of the RCE, that is our gate, just to show the entrance of the university. We were established. Yeah, we were established in what's happening? Yeah, we were established in 2011. And those are our objectives as the RCE, because we live in a place where the Mau forests, we know what has happened to it. So our focus is on the deforestation that is ongoing. And the Mau forest and the surrounding regions, they host indigenous communities. So indigenous knowledge is very important to us. And just like other parts of the world, we have not been left behind when it comes to climate change effects. So climate change adaptation and mitigation are our business. Next, please. Yeah, so just to give you an overview on what is happening in the Mau region, for those who may not be conversant, there's a lot of forest degradation, and I'm sure even in the news you've seen people clashing even with the political class or the police as they are moved out of the forest and they keep going back. So there's a lot of illegal logging, and we know that the Mau forest is fast disappearing. We have, because of this encroachment into the forest, the forest land has been converted to agricultural land. And climate change effects also that are related to temperature and precipitation also have had an impact on us. the flooding of rivers and the very short erratic rainfall, we find that even Lake Nakuru has overstretched its banks, and it has caused a lot of flooding in this region. Next, please. And because of the deforestation and the very high rainfall that falls within a short season, we find that soil erosion is a problem, and the long droughts bring a long water scarcity. So this is a water catchment for many rivers, but you find that it is an area also during the drought where there is water scarcity. And because of this degradation of the watershed, you find that even the river flows are very erratic. There are some times of the year when the rivers dry up to very minimal flows. And because of deforestation and the encroachment of the forest, habitat fragmentation has taken place. So you find that now biodiversity is under threat, and because of that fragmentation, there is a lot of human-wildlife conflict. And you know what comes with that. Also, unplanned settlements in the area. We were the third city. Congratulations to Eldoret. Now you are the fourth city. You are our small sister, or is it brother? I hear cities are referred to as sister. So I don't know the men. Aren't you in trouble? So, or it's now you are a small brother or small sister. Okay, so we were the third city. So, and in Kenya, because of unplanned settlements, the cities are growing into agricultural areas, and because of that, sewage reticulation is a problem. Because of that, even waste management is a problem. Next, please. So I'm just going to highlight a few of the activities, because there are so many activities that are taking place in the RCE. Waste management is a problem, solid waste management. So we have very active clubs in the university. I'm the patron of Egerton University Environmental Association. So you find that students are linking up with the local communities to conduct cleanups. They are doing awareness creation as to how waste can be managed sustainably. They are doing awareness creation on recycling, on waste reduction, and how we can practice the circular economy. And even in the university, there is a lot of work that is ongoing. We have the black soldier fly research under the Department of Animal Science that are trying to grow black soldier flies from animal waste to be able to use it as feed for chicken. So there's a lot of research that is ongoing when it comes to the circular economy, and especially the organic value chain. Next. I'm trying to run against time. Because deforestation is a big problem in the Mau. Now we are practicing reforestation and afforestation. In the last 10 years, the university initiatives have enabled the university and those communities living around to plant about over 200,000 trees. So we are partnering a lot, even with KFS. They are giving us seedlings, seeds, both exotic and traditional. And we have, you can see a nursery there. We have two nurseries, two big nurseries, where we grow the seedlings and we supply to communities around. And because our university, the land is big, it is very big, we are doing forest plantations. And because the river Njoro passes through the university on the riparian land, we've said that we are going to involve the community and we plant trees along the riparian land to try and restore the river Njoro. So there are a lot of partnerships that we are undertaking. And we are part even of the 15 billion tree challenge that we are undertaking. So those pictures just show the different times that we have had, we have collaborated with stakeholders. And now we have gone a notch higher. Next, please. We've gone a notch higher. And now we have gone to, it's not only just growing trees, but adopting forests. For those who are keen, early this year, the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary then, they came to plant trees and Honorable Mudavadi was at the university planting trees, and they adopted 10 acres. So each Kenya KCB has taken 10 acres, and many other organizations, they have adopted land where they plant trees at their own time, so long as they ensure that the trees grow. So we are not just planting trees, we are growing trees. And this is a strategy that we are going to continue with until we grow the trees along the riparian land, and especially that one that is within the university. And how are we even getting the funds to do this? We have something very unique. Can we go to the next slide? I'm sure for those of you who follow athletics, you know that Egerton has been a champion in this cross country. This year we had the 9th edition. So each year, this year it was on 2nd March. We have this Mau run, Mau Egerton University cross country. Last year, sadly, the late Kiptum was our ambassador, brand ambassador. This year, Faith Kipyegon was our brand ambassador. So even if you think you own her, we own her more than you do, because she's our brand ambassador. She's the one who graced this occasion, and we normally have champions each year. We adopt champions, and they come and grace the cross country, and we do fundraising. Why are we doing fundraising? This is the 9th time that we are doing it. Is an annual event, and we are even recognized by Athletics Kenya, and it is on the calendar. If you go to the calendar of Athletics Kenya, this is an annual event that is recognized in the country. So the funds that are generated, because those people pay to come and participate in the cross country, it is towards rehabilitating the river Joro, because it was severely degraded from the source all the way up to where it enters Lake Nakuru. So we have embarked on that, and a lot has been achieved, as I'm going to show in the next slides, on what the university is doing alongside the communities in the Mau, alongside the indigenous communities and many other communities who also have passion to be able to degrade what has been lost, because this is affecting livelihoods, and we want to ensure that with this and the flow of the river being restored and other aspects of biodiversity, then it is going to translate even to poverty reduction. Next, please. So this is a picture of a community where the river, the catchment was being handed over to the community. This is in Sururu in Narok County. In Narok County. So on February 24th this year, we handed over several sites that we had rehabilitated as a university along the river. So this one was occurring in the source of the river Joro in Narok County. So on this day, we were so busy. We handed over this site to Narok County and the surrounding community. And then on the same day, we came, and the governor of Nakuru County, we also handed over to them the site that we had rehabilitated, where a lot of dumping of waste was occurring and things like that. The water now was very clean, the site was good, and you find that even whatever had been degraded was restored. So we handed over the site to the Nakuru County, and we charged them to continue with that, and as we partner, we'll be able to restore some of the degraded lands and parts of the river. Next, please. Climate change, we have not been left behind. We had 2 summits this year. This one is on, this one was the stakeholders workshop. I have a project, and part of the project that I have, I got some funding to bring stakeholders to discuss climate change matters in the RCE, and we brought a lot of stakeholders, the ward representatives on climate action, and NEMA. We brought NEMA on board, NEMA Nakuru county. We brought youth organizations. We brought community-based organizations, and people are doing wonderful things regarding climate change adaptation and mitigation, of course. So this was part of the conference, or can I say 1 day's workshop that we had in the university, that we were looking at this. We also had a youth summit. Because the youth are not left behind, we have very active clubs, so we had a youth summit also in March, where the students invited other students from other parts of Kenya. Maybe if your undergraduates were here, I'm sure 1 or 2 may have even recognized my face, because they came over and we had a climate youth summit, where the youth was showcasing drama and song and poems and, you know, panel discussions on climate change and how the youth can come in to be able to do that. So those are some next. Those are just a few of the things that we are doing as an RCE, spearheaded by the university, to be able to tackle issues that are related to SDGs. Already umeenda kwa asante. And I've not thanked them. If I thank them, they'll say it is belated. Yes, so for the SDGs, now we are happy that, and you know, you can't delink one from the other. Do you see that they are all related? So even as we say that we are capturing or we are addressing SDG 1 and 6, you know, and 16, whatever, you realize that they are all linked together. You cannot be able to tackle one without touching on another one. So in our own small way, just like Wangare Maathai gave the example of a hummingbird, in our own small way as an RCE and the different stakeholders, we are doing something small, or you may consider it big, depending on the magnitude, to be able to contribute towards addressing sustainable development, towards attainment of the SDGs. And I want to say that we are really grateful to the collaborations that we are having in the RCE. So you can now go to the other slide so that I can thank the listeners for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wilkista. I've not given you the instructions. You know she's a lady, and ladies, they like flowers, isn't it? So let us give her the flowers. Flower, 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 give her. Thank you so much for the good work that you are doing in Egerton. And we believe that with us we'll emulate the same, and we continue. So I think I didn't actually introduce myself and say who I am, because I did it intentionally. I wanted to create the anxiety, isn't it? And I'll not say until the second presenter finishes. So I welcome Mr. Moses Muga for the presentation. Welcome, Moses. You have 10 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name Muga Moses. I'm from School of Agriculture and Biotechnology, Department of Seed, Crop and Horticulture Science. And my supervisor, Professor Julius Ochuodo and Dr. Victoria Njichi. So today I'm presenting my 4th objective in partnership with NEMA, in partnership with UNU, in association with on climate action. So the topic was investigation of percentage germination of Seedcloma genadra, spider plant, and Solanum species with different concentration of kinetin, growth hormone. African leafy vegetables. Academia. What is African leafy vegetables? Sometimes they are also known as indigenous vegetables. In addition to that, they are also called wild leafy vegetables, mostly propagated by women and smallholder farmers. So, African leafy vegetable is a contemporary and normal vegetable indigenously and naturally growing on the wild. However, due to industrialization, we have come up with certified seeds. In Africa, as a developing nation, we have a challenge a little bit that we are trying to tackle it out. In our daily lives, we use a lot of African leafy vegetables due to most of them have medicinal value, are affordable, are easy to cook. You just boil and put on the table. You don't need to fry. You can add in milk. So it's more palatable, and it eases the teething in kids, in small children. More so, I was undertaking the research on climate action to solve SDG, Sustainable Developmental Goal number 2 on zero hunger, number 3 on good health and well-being, number 15, life on land, in addition to decent work and economic growth. So, food security. What is food security? Food security is all about sustainability, availability, sufficient. And we have some 1, 2, 3 that sometimes affects. Sometimes it's rainfall, sometimes weather patterns. And as an academia, as a researcher, my research on spider plant, Clomeginadra, and African leafy vegetable known as black nightshade, also known as saga, suja. I was trying to tackle seed dormancy. African leafy vegetables, we encounter a lot of physiological seed dormancy. And that's an example of the nightshade. That's a smallholder farmer here in Kamoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County. An example of spider plant. Now the statement of the problems is what I was trying to explain to you, that African leafy vegetable mostly endure physiological seed dormancy. You may propagate and it will take a longer time to germinate. However, use of growth hormone will break the dormancy, and it will increase speed of germination index, germination percentage, vigor, and also it will boost the growth in terms of plant height, leaf size. So most smallholder farmers in Elgeyo Marakwet County do use farmer-saved seeds. This is because there is lack of extension officers over there so that they can spread the awareness of use of certified seeds. the importance of use of certified seed. The reason why farmers should deviate from using farmer-owned saved seeds to maximize their profit on use of certified seeds which are available. So on the results, I was looking at the germination percentage and speed of germination index. And when I was trying to compare the two seeds, certified seeds, farmer-owned saved seed, so with different rates of kinetin, 3 rates, 0, 0.05, and 10. So before I made this, the growth hormone, I made a stock solution. What is a stock solution? A stock solution is whereby you take a subsample of a growth hormone and you titrate it in water, in distilled water, to make a stock solution. You take 1 gram of growth hormone in 1 liter of water to produce 1,000 mm of stock solution. So the stock solution I was taking the seeds, then soaking the seeds in growth hormone for 5 minutes, then placing them in a germination chamber and trying to compare the certified seeds against farmer-owned saved seeds. Before I go to the field, I was doing first a pre-germination test. And what I came up with was the results that showed there was slightly significant difference in germination percentage between farmer-owned saved seeds and certified seeds. So the red ones was at 0.05, and the blue one was at control, and the green one was at 10, 0.01 parts per million. So in germination percentage, the seeds that I applied the concentration at 0.05, it showed a significant difference compared to the control. And if you increase the growth hormone, it kills the seed. So I realized, like, if I use the minimum amount of growth hormone, I could be able to see the difference in germination percentage, in speed of germination index, in growth, and in vigor. So the germination percentage actually there was a slight difference. So that's how I came up with through the experiment, I realized that most seeds that farmers use, the farmer-owned saved seeds, they endure physiological seed dormancy. So what was the take-home message for me as an academia, as a researcher, was try and explain to the farmers the importance of using certified seeds, the benefit towards maximize profit, minimize cost of production on a small area, in a small sizes of land that they're having over there in Elgeyo Marakwet. So as a recommendation, I would like the university to partner with the county government to try and send some awareness to the community. And also, through education forums, like right now we are in a workshop, we can be able to send awareness, because I can see there are some farmers, there are some smallholder farmers within us. I being one of them, I being an academia, we can send it to them through organizations so that at least we uplift the smallholder farmers from contemporary use of small safe seeds to using certified seeds. That's an example of a smallholder farmer that we are having in Elgeyo Marakwet. And as an academia who do things locally but think globally, with the challenges, prevailing challenges on the ground, and the gap between the smallholder farmers, the academia, the government of Kenya, sales and profit, export, HCDA, I would like to think on 4 or 5 aspects. Value addition, seed pelleting from small seeds to larger seeds through seed pelleting, and it can be able to make a smallholder farmer increase his profit. In addition to that, food availability. As smallholder farmers, we tend to consume more of the African leafy vegetable. So through women in agriculture and youth in agribusiness and value addition, we can be able to expound and increase the challenges from where they are to improve them through climate action, food security, gender equality, and poverty eradication. I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for an opportunity to present.
Thank you, Muka, for the good presentation. And I believe that we've learned a lot with the leafy vegetables most of us consume, the suja, the saka, which is common in our traditional food. So we are going to give him that clap. He's not a lady, so let's go the Nyayo style. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Give him. You've not received. Welcome, our guests. Welcome. Welcome. Good. So, before we move to the third presenter, your chairperson is none other than Dr. Pascaline Jeruto from University of Eldoret. Good. So we can continue now with the third presenter, who is Nancy Ng'ethe. She will be presenting on electronic waste management by the WE Center. Welcome, Ng'ethe.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nancy Ng'ethe, as Dr. has told us, from WE Center. Now, WE Center, when we do a lot of, I move a lot, so I need to stick here because of the, I can take this. Hello? It's still fine? We need to. Yes, so when we do a lot of these presentations, and I think our regional representative has done a very good display here. So this is WE Center. This is an abbreviation. So the WE Center stands for Waste, Electrical, and Electronic Equipment. So today, or rather this session, we'll be talking about electronic waste. We've had many other forms of waste. Plastic waste, organic, and all the other ones. But then in these times where we are very techy savvy, when I look around, most of us have been on phones, sending emails, your laptops, your tablets. So what happens when those gadgets are not working anymore? And you take them to the repairer shop, they repair the first time, they repair the second time, then the third time it cannot be repaired anymore. So what we have done, we put them somewhere in a room, in a box, or up there in the cabinet, and they stick there until the room is almost a quarter full, half full, And then we realize we need more space, so start thinking, do I call them maribari? In Nairobi, we call them maribari people, the ones that they buy things. I don't know if that is the name you call them here, Kibet? What name do you use here? What was scrape? The scrape dealers. So then now you say, all right, I can now start selling my dead microwave, my dead refrigerator, heater, Passy. Those are the quick things that keep dying now and then. Now we will be seeing why we need to make sure that you are very keen on where you take those things when they don't work anymore. And we are thankful for such forums. We have very good relations with the university. We have also our offices here. And so that we're able to talk about this kind of danger. Even as we look into climate change and the SDGs, it is those things that we do every day that will contribute to the bigger picture, so that we don't have to wait next year to come and plant more trees. The things that we do every day will help contribute and mitigate a lot of the consequences we were earlier told by the speaker, the very hazardous things that are happening to our environment. So we center, and I might not stick to the slides so that we're able to move fast. So we are basically in different countries, so we are not only in Kenya. I'm happy to see partners from other countries. For example, I think the earlier one here who was in Ghana, we have partnerships there. Our offices are in Embakasi, Nairobi, but we currently have offices in 8 regions, and with a projection to be able to get everywhere in the 47 counties in Kenya. So we'll be able to see, you can see the map has Nigeria, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and many other places. And we also have a desk there, so in case we are not able to answer a lot of in my speech, I'm not able to tell you as much, we can always discuss after this. So why are we talking about this problem now? We've heard about, I think yesterday there was a discussion around plastic. So what we said is we have now this hunger of being techie, because after COVID, everything seemed to go online. You go to eCitizen to renew your passport, your driving license. A lot of the things we are doing it on eCitizen, right? So we actually project that in the future we'll become more techie savvy. And therefore, we don't really look into what happens to these gadgets. And when you're doing cleanup, Nairobi, for example, for us, the Nairobi River and other rivers, I'm sure also this other region, you find that some of the equipments that block those channels are electronic devices. The plastic people seem to have done a very good job, also the glass, in terms of the collecting. But then this one, the printers, the cartridges, the toners, when they don't work anymore, the solar panel, especially now that we are moving to the solar renewable energy, all those ones fall under electronic. Because a lot of people will ask, Nancy, electronic, is it only my dead phone and laptop? No, it's a very huge, wide range of devices. So we also have the solar panels there. We have batteries there. I know we have researchers in the house, and that seems to be one of the area where especially people in e-waste are now concentrating on. In Kenya, we are talking about e-mobility, right? So what happens to this crave of just being able to go, whether it is your electric vehicles, and there's a whole conversation around that. So as all these new innovations come, what it is telling us is we will also have huge amounts of devices failing. So as manufacturers are now concentrating on more production, and they have estimates, keep producing tablets, keep producing, you know, give every child a tablet. What happens to those tablets when they're not working anymore? Do we have a solution? So that is where the focus of We Center comes in. We are about 12 years old and still growing. And we are glad the last couple of years is now where we've seen a lot of focus and attention from corporates and people generally being able to give us attention. They now want to know what is this about electronic waste. Now, somebody will ask me, Nancy, you've said we can't sell our dead microwave and fridge. Am I getting anything in return when I bring to you, and what do you do with it, right? So initially, or rather what our focus is to be able to concentrate on making sure that our environment is safe and green through collecting those items. So we have an arm that says, keep your environment clean, do not dispose of or throw away those items, you know, anywhere in the environment. But the demand of the market is also telling us we need some form of sema asanti, right? It is a way of kusema asanti, but also encouraging and telling people that you can create green jobs. So that is one of the other key areas we have been able to come up with in 2024 to make sure that we are really also creating employment. So when it comes to the SDGs, for us, it runs across many of them, which I might not be able to go each one of them. But of course, creating employment, and especially among women, and the youth is coming in very handy. So we have a price list, might not be a very, you know, the amounts that probably you'll get from the scrape people, but we are trying to encourage and give incentives on the same. Now, if you tell me you have a, for example, let me start with the corporate. So you have you've migrated your devices, and you have a couple of servers, scanners, printers that are not working anymore. So what we do is you contact WeCenter. WeCenter is able to come and collect the items, or you can drop at our offices and our other region centers. When we receive these things, and we have all the licenses from NEMA. NEMA is our very good partner, and we are also ISO certified. A lot of certifications have gone in to make sure that, you know, even in this industry and the scrap industry, as we try to formalize it, to make sure that operations are done properly. The first, we talk about 3 Ps. You have to look at repair, reuse, and then recycle, so that we make sure that your devices you can repair. Don't throw it away the first time. We have seen, especially, I keep saying, when you go to these birthdays, we take toys. We're always buying toys. We're always buying toys. And you wonder, last year nilikuletea toy. This year you brought another bigger toy. What happens to those toys? Those toys are also just found in the houses. And some of them are using batteries. These batteries don't work anymore. They start leaching. They have those liquids they generate. And that is also hazardous to the environment. So a lot of these things sometimes we are not aware of, especially women, we are not aware of, and it's important now that these kind of conversations are going on so that we're able to tell that we have those gases that are emitted that are not good to even your breathing, your lung system. So the reason I was bringing the toy is so that if something maybe you need to repair, if it's a tablet that's not working, your child has outgrown that tablet, do not just throw it away. You can take it to a home care, children home care, or someone else that can use it. So the idea is to prolong the use of that device as much as you can. Do not just let it be lying around in the house. So that's the first R, right? Reuse. Then we talked about repair, and that one I think we are very good at it. You keep repairing until ikatae kabisa. Sasa ikisha katea kabisa is where we go to the recycle, right? We go to we. My friend here is saying very nicely, go to we. Yes. So once it gets to the third recycle is where we are saying, can we now make sure that you're taking these things to a responsible person? It's not, I think there was a picture on burning there. You know, and I know we have a lot of researchers in the house. There is a lot of information around the dangers of being able to burn these things. We have people burning cables, heater kwa nyumba ikiharibika, extension cables. We just mix with your mchele for yesterday and we take it to the normal bin. Remember, there is always conversation about segregation of waste. So those are the basic things we were saying. We do not have to wait for next year's RCE conference. We can start practicing some of these things as we continue every day. So I think we've talked about a lot about that slide. So we were in the 3 R's. Once we do that, so once they come to WeCenter, and we've checked that you cannot repair, we cannot reuse, we are in the recycle bit. The first thing is to be able to separate those things. So cable will go aside, ICT equipment will go the other side, batteries will go the other side. And then now for things like cables, we're able to strip, and you can get copper and plastic out of it. Some of the items we get the glass, we're able to crush, and once you crush that glass, which there's also a lot of debate on the dangers of being able to crush, glass from ICT devices, then we have pilots running currently where you can mix that with cement and get tiles, building tiles from there. We're also currently doing plastic poles, fencing plastic poles that we get from the plastic that we shred. So basically the idea is to show sustainability. I don't collect your e-waste and then I still have some parts that goes back to the environment as waste. So I think I've taken you guys through the cycle. These are the health effects of when we have when we don't dispose our devices correctly. Of course, we know we have air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and a lot of these things, I think, as a speaker said before, are very connected to a lot of the diseases we are seeing around, for example, cancers. So a lot of the presentations have a very good linkage with what we have. We can quickly just run so that I see whether there's something forgotten. Yeah, I think this is nice. So this is a pictorial kind of a visual show of how our facility is. So we'll be able to see, I think I like, which bit do I like? That bit for dismantling, this photo here. It shows you some of the activities that happen. And of course, for a lot of the partners, we also welcome people to be able to visit the facility and be able to see the same. We have a lot of people who come in for benchmarking from other countries. So if there's a team that would love to go with us down to Nairobi, that would be totally awesome. We have the battery side there. Go to next. I want to talk about next again, beans, a bit of the beans that we have. So to make sure that we're able to reach many people, I know a lot of the presentations I do, people ask me, Nancy, now it's okay, you're dealing with the very urban people. What happens to the rural? And do you have campaigns or drives for the same? So we work with a lot of churches, schools, mosque, to make sure that we're able to reach to the ground. In Nairobi, we also are partnering with supermarkets, for example, Carrefour, and we have beans at Safaricom, I&M, DTB, so that now, even next time you visit, you can look out for a green bin that reads e-waste, so that you're able to drop some of your small equipments there. I think we can go to next. I'm looking for impact. We are almost now going to the tail end. So some of the other things that are coming up, and I think I picked that from the earlier speaker, is we are also licensed, we have a license to be able to collect refrigerant gases, gases from the air coolers and also compressors. So basically to be able to collect what we call the ODS gases. So that is also coming in very strongly in terms of the areas that we are also capturing the whole area about electronic waste. Let's go to the next one. I think we're almost there. Yeah, so this is beautiful photos just to show the kind of journey we have. We work very closely with the private sector, the government. I think this is one of the bins I was looking for, so this is how they look like. We also have them in a couple of schools, a couple of universities. The same way you have your plastic bins to be able to help with the segregation of the e-waste. So I think I would love to stop it at that point. Maybe just an overall of this. As I mentioned initially, of course, our key agenda is to be able to keep our environment green and safe. In terms of numbers, I know we have a lot of number of people around. We are looking at about 4,400 tons of CO2 being avoided. That should be over the last 8 years. 10,000 tons of e-waste has been processed. And of course, from that, one of the other key things is to make sure that we extract some of what we are calling now the precious metals, which would approximately be around $10.6 million. So I think the other thing that people keep asking, Nancy, I thought this is an NGO. We are a social enterprise, so we have a side that is profit making, so for people who are entrepreneurs, and we also have a NAM that looks into CSR and being able to give back to the community. The other key one, of course, is in terms of creation of jobs. We have a lot of trainings that we conduct, and we work very closely with young people. I think I was on the lookout today to be able to see whether we'll be able to see any CBOs, any youth-led organizations around, because those are the people who are on the ground. And once we run awareness campaigns, then they can also tap into our line of being able to get the e-waste, and they get some small income from there. I think the other one is just to emphasize on how we've been able to work with the young people. You know, we've supported over 50 young groupings. So these are youth that come together and they have a good idea around sustainability and electronic waste. And we have a NAM that is able to support the same. So we work very closely with the young people in Nairobi. Next, please. I think we are almost there. Just previous. Yes, so as I said, there is now a lot of focus on electronic waste, and we are quite excited. It's a very interesting opportunity for us right now. So we run also a conference every year, and we have one coming up on 16th. We call it an Africa, it's a regional conference, and it's around e-waste. So if we have any partners or just persons very keen on where electronic waste is in Kenya or in Africa and beyond, we can always touch base there and see how you're able to participate. It will be a very key one because we are looking at policies. We know, and especially in Africa, we are good in putting papers, but then executing the same is a problem. So we will be very action-oriented to see all the good papers we have around e-waste. Where are we in terms of being able to execute them? Of course, we have a lot of e-mobility discussion going on in Kenya, and that, of course, introduces an issue around batteries. I know this is a new area where there's a lot of focus, and a lot of institutions are also putting in attention on that. So I think I would love to stop it there, and during the QA, maybe we can have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for that presentation. Can we give her the flower? She's a lady. Flower, 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 give her. Ha! Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So also I want to make this, presenters be checking on my, let us have high contact with you when you are presenting for the case of time. Nancy, it was a very informative presentation. I believe each one of us, we've learned something. E-waste, actually, it has been a problem. Even me, I've learned a lot today. So we move to our next presenter, Ms. Barasa Charity, and Mr. Sanga, you prepare after Barasa. Ms. Barasa. Ms. Barasa, welcome. And please let us use this microphone if it is possible, because of, for the sake of those people who are online, okay? Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all of us. My name is Charity Barasa. Okay, thank you. I'm a student here at the Department of Environmental Science. I'm doing my master's in environmental health, and I'm going to present to us my manuscript of the title, Human Activities and Physical-Chemical Parameters Along River Kiminini, which is in Trans Nzoia County. Next, please. So, water plays a very important role to both human and environment, and we all know that. Some of us, we use water in irrigation, in laundry, animal watering, and all that. But most of our rivers face pollution due to human activities, such as agriculture. A lot of activities by humans pollute the water. Even the animal droppings, you find they add a lot of phosphorus to our waters. Laundry, people are using phosphate-based detergents, which add a lot of phosphorus to our waters. And it's very important to have a clean water system, because with degraded water or polluted water, you find our people having diseases. Diseases can be passed through the milk we drink from the animals, right? Which can cause baby syndrome to the children, yeah? You find a lot of, when water has a lot of nitrates and phosphates, it is also a threat to humans and animals. Next slide. Okay, that is my problem of statement. It is anthropogenic activities are major contributing factors to pollution in the River Kiminini. They include agricultural activities, domestic wastes, animal droppings, and use of phosphate-based detergents, as I had explained earlier. You find these activities, they increase the levels of physical-chemical parameters in our rivers, especially the River Kiminini, on which I did my research on. So it is very important to make our rivers clean through maybe planting trees. People around the area should be informed so that they know how better to conserve the water system. Next, please. On justification, being a resident of Kiminini area, where River Kiminini is found, a large population of people are exposed to pollution without knowing. Physical-chemical parameters are therefore useful because they'll help us to determine the ecosystem health of the river. The findings of this research will inform the public health sectors, which will be aware of the health status of the river and therefore plan on best ways to advise the communities living around the river or people using the river. The study will also provide useful information on the river's hydrology, biodiversity, and the habitat quality, as well as informing the policies on best effective management. Next. Okay, my main objective was to determine the health of River Kiminini through assessment of human activities and the physical-chemical parameters. The specific objectives were to measure the physical-chemical parameters. The second was to determine how human activities contribute to River Kiminini contamination. Next. Okay, on materials and methods, basically it describes the location of the river. It lies on that altitude, as we can see, based on NEMA. And then the longitudes are well highlighted there. The river flows in a southeasterly direction from its source, which is in Mount Elgon, and then drains into Lake Victoria, finally. Next. That is the map of the study area. Next, please. This study, it used a descriptive survey. I collected the samples during the wet season. July to September in Trans Nzoia, we experienced short rains. Human activities such as agriculture, animal droppings, laundry, waste disposal were observed along the stations that I had. The samples were taken from 10 sampling stations once a month for 3 months. The physical-chemical parameters that I tested were pH, temperature, total dissolved solids, electrical conductivity, which were measured in situ. Thank you. On sampling design, I had 10 sampling stations, and I chose them depending on different degradation activities along the river. I was taking duplicate water samples in 500 ml for every sampling station. The water samples, I stored them in a cooler box, then transported to the university lab. The physical-chemical parameters that I had already named, pH, temperature, EC, TDS were measured in situ, and then nitrates and phosphates, those are the ones that I carried to the lab at the University of Eldoret. On laboratory analysis, at the laboratory, I only tested the two nutrients, that is nitrates and phosphates. And then for nitrates, I used the brucine method, and phosphates, I used the ascorbic acid methods. The absorbance of each nitrate sample was read at a wavelength of 420. That's where I could find the best results. And then for the phosphate samples, it was at 650 nanometer, because the purple color had already established at that wavelength. Then standard curves of non-standard concentration versus absorbance were drawn. That's when I got the concentration of the nutrients. Next, please. On data analysis, I used the R programming language. And on the R, you test the data for normality using the Shapiro-Wilk. I did a two-way ANOVA to compare the means. I did the Turkey test to rank the means. And then generally, I used the R programming language. These are my results. On temperature, you can realize that the highest was at 22.27, and the lowest was at 17.20. Statistically, they varied, and this variation is all caused by human activities. The turbidity due to the erosion, the degradation by deforestation, they all contribute to high temperatures in our rivers. And you know, once the temperatures are high, some aquatic organisms are affected because they prefer cooler temperatures, like the EPT. On the next parameter, the TDS, you can see the ranges. The highest was actually at 100 and lowest at 90. They didn't vary significantly. Like all of them are lying in 90s. And all this is because of erosion. There are a lot of sediments in the waters. Yeah. Next, please. The third parameter is conductivity. You can see how they ranged from the highest to the lowest, showing statistically no significant difference. pH, we can see the range from 7.65 to 8.2, showing no statistical difference. And we know pH is caused by the carbon dioxide. So because it was low, it shows that maybe there were lesser organisms that could release the CO2 into the waters. Yeah? Okay. On the nitrates and phosphates, which is very interesting, phosphates were all above the World Health Organization recommendation, which is 0.1, showing that agriculture is actually a menace. It is increasing the levels of phosphates in our waters, and therefore a conservation effort really needs to be done. On the nitrates, we had a few stations that recorded high readings. The World Health Organization recommends 10 milligram per liter of nitrates. But we can see, like in station 9, the reading was 12.54, which is very high, showing that agriculture is actually causing trouble to our rivers, and therefore we are here, we need to conserve that. Next, please. On discussion, there were variations in temperature along River Kiminini, possibly due to the differences in altitude, terrain, and vegetation cover. These results agrees with Pratt and Chang and Lei et al., who also found the same results. Next, please. On the total dissolved solids, they varied significantly, and these variations were brought about by land use practices, which were different across the stations. The variability in TDS could lead to migration of organisms in an aquatic ecosystem. The permissible limits of TDS were within the World Health Organization limit, which is 500 to 1,000. Lack of variability in conductivity reading suggested that dissolved ions were the same along the stations. This could have an impact on aquatic life and water quality across the river. Usually, aquatic organisms need a balanced ions in their system, so excess of the ions may disrupt their operation. On the EC, they lied within the World Health permissible limits, implying that there were less mineral composition that dissolved into the water. Next, please. On the pH, there was no significant difference, implying a relatively stable and well-buffered aquatic ecosystem. And as I said earlier, the pH is caused by the dissolved CO2. So it being not too much shows that there were maybe low levels of natural processes. The pH levels agrees with the research that was done by Metherall et al. 2021. The phosphates and nitrates were, like for phosphates, they were high in all the stations. Nitrates were high in some stations, implying that human activities had effect on the water, on the river. Next, please. My conclusion is that there was significant variation in temperature, I say due to variation in vegetation, terrain, and altitude. The changes in amount of TDS indicated variability in water quality. pH levels had no significant difference among the stations. The EC did not vary across the stations. Phosphates were above the World Health Organization limits, and then for nitrates, a few stations had higher readings. And all this is caused by human activities, and therefore it calls for all of us to conserve our water ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Barasa. Can we give her the flowers before she sits? Give it. Thank you. Thank you for caring about the aquatic environment. And that brings actually the biodiversity conservation and sustainability. So up to this point, I want to welcome Mr. Sanga for the presentation. Kindly, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm going to present my manuscript. I'm a master's student in the School of Environmental Studies, Department of Environmental Sciences. The research topic is the relationship of fluoride levels and selected physicochemical parameters in selected media in River Njoro. But for this case, I'm going to present the results for the fluoride levels in water, water in the river and in springs, and in sediments for this presentation. So the study area, as is still loading, is we are doing this together with Professor Elias Uchakun and Dr. Thomas Munyao. So that is the manuscript title, but then it is as a result of the bigger thesis. So next, please. So water is key, and we know it's 75% of the world is covered by water. And for this case, because I'm looking for the fluoride levels in water, World Health Organization has a standard, and that is 1.5 milligrams per liter for consumption. Next, please. Again, in the study area, that is in River Njoro, where the study was done, is also an active area in terms of geologic, and it possesses a risk in terms of fluoride levels being high. There are a lot of documentation that has been done by others indicating that these fluoride levels are high in the Rift Valley and not Nakuru or other Rivanjoro catchment, not exceptional. Next, please. Next, please. I think I've said that. No, okay, there was a report by KEPS in 2010 that indicated that Nakuru, that is part of the justification of the problem, that Nakuru residents or other people have fluoride levels more than 1.5, the recommended levels by World Health Organization. So the study, I wanted to know where exactly does this, we know in the catchment, we know that it's different springs feed to the River Njoro, and I wanted to be sure where could this be coming from. And in this study, as you will see, next please, I chose 10 along, this is the map of the study area. I chose 10 points along the upper part of the River Njoro, and 5 springs just to study what was the levels of fluorides in the sediments and the water that I collected from the sample stations. Next, please. So the study adopted a longitudinal survey design, and I did also categorize the study area into 3 based on topography: the upper, the middle, and the lower, and sampled the 15 sites. Where I sampled the water, I also sampled the sediments for analysis. Next, please. Now, those are the sampling sites. I selected the 15 sampling sites. Sampling number 1 to 5 was at the lower, 6 to 10, and 11 to 15 were the upper side of the River Njoro catchment. Next, please. So those are pictorials that I used to collect water on site. Next. I did collect the samples, again, taking care of to check the quality in terms of quality control, rinsing and using sampling bottles that are sterilized to minimize on contamination, and take it to laboratory of University of Eldoret for analysis. Next. Again, this was done based on seasons also. I wanted to see during the dry spell and the wet season if there was any variation in terms of fluoride levels in water in the 2 seasons. Next. So the analysis was done. I did use the analysis for fluorides. I used the ion meter, ion selective electrode, to analyze for the fluoride levels in water. And also in sediments after doing the digestions of sediments and then again, so that I'd be able to analyze it using the ion selective electrode, again using the TSAP so that I maintain the pH for effective results. Thank you. Let's go. That's what I used. The methodology that I've using the analysis of both water and sediments. Next. Now, data analysis, I did use GenStat software to analyze. Analysis of variance, again, I did ANOVA and correlation. And results further using the DACI test to check the significance. And then correlate the results. Let's go. So the results. Now, when I did the results, this is for water along the river, and for the 2 seasons, the dry and the wet season. The blue line there indicates the standard, the World Health Organization level. And from the results, I realized that generally the water along the river was having fluoride levels below the World Health Organization, except station number 8. That had elevated levels. Next. And in sediment, Station number 1 and station number 10 is in the higher altitude, and station number 1 is the last point I considered the lower level. And in both seasons, there was an higher level compared to station number 10 at station number 1, because this could be due to accumulation of fluoride levels as sediments are carried from the catchment area. And as they exit, they tend to have a higher elevation in terms of fluoride level. Next. In spring water, this is now where I wanted to know where, because at the end of the day, these springs again channels to water to the river. I got that there are only 2 springs that I sampled out of the 5 that I sampled that at fluoride level below the World Health Organization, and the 3 were above the World Health Organization. And this probably could be the reason why the others are contributing more than the other sampling station. And the reason why I did this is because so that I would be able to recommend which points for the community to abstract the water for consumption, now that the community extracts water without any form of treatment for consumption. Let's go. In springs, again, there was no much variation in seasons, because the geology is not affected by season much. Therefore, there was no much variation in terms of seasons. Let's go. Okay, that is the correlation analysis. There was significance test for the correlation between the river water, spring, and the sediments. Next. Now, in conclusion, the fluoride levels varied by water source and sediment, affected by seasonal changes and site-specific. Generally, the springs had higher fluoride levels than the river. This could be due to dilution, as the river, when it rains, it can dilute the levels of fluorides. And in terms of fluorides level, station number 11 and 15 were recommended for abstraction. And this study answers the SDG number 3 and number 6. Next. In recommendation, I would request, rather I made a recommendation that the fluoride levels, especially on station number 8, that they had an elevated water level, should be studied to find out why. It could be as a result of human activities in the catchment, that also, other than geologic sources of fluoride contamination, also anthropogenic sources could be contributing to the high levels in that station. And I've mentioned this. This number 11 was at Kailiangan Spring, and number 15 was at Kwamaisori Spring, that had levels that were below World Health Organization. Next. Thank you.
Let us give him these claps as he goes to sit. Give him. Thank you. So I know time is not on our side, and our bodies are responding also to the metabolism, isn't it? So, and since we are waiting for, we can just have 20 minutes, okay, and then we go for lunch. So I'm not alone. I have also my co-chair. And I want to welcome my co-chair, that is Dr. Catherine Mbaisik, to take over. You know, also you get tired, isn't it? Welcome, Catherine. Can you give me the flowers too?
Okay, thank you. No, let's do it in a more organized way. She has done a good job, right? So let's go. Let's pick the nice flowers. I think she like that. By the way, she's flowered already, yeah. So let's pick. Let's make a nice bouquet. Thank you. So thank you, Daktari, for leading us in that session. So I will not take much of the time, because I realize there is quite some time. And I wanted to make my presentation before we break for lunch, with your permission. But we have a guest. We have been joined by our boss, Dr. Lois Kirol. I know she wears many hats here, but in this forum, she's here in her capacity as the chair of Environmental Conservation and Technical Committee on the NEMA board. And she always tells us that she is an environmentalist. So she's also here in her own capacity as an environmentalist. So I want to invite her to make the remarks and tell us if she has any information from the bosses. Karibu Daktari.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the Assembly of Experts. My name is Dr. Lois Kipkiror. I am from NEMA. I sit on the board of NEMA, board of directors, and I chair the technical committee of the board. But here at UOE, I am actually facing my lecturers and my colleagues. So niko nyumbani tu, sindio? Yeah, I never read my speeches usually, and it's not a speech I'm going to make. I'm just going to make few comments. But because I am in the assembly of experts who have sterling accolades buckled to their waistbands, I just have to read my speech today so I can make it succinct and steer clear of political nuances, because I'm a politician, right? So I'll read a small writing that I have made. RCE, climate change is a natural anthropogenic quandary that has been with us for a while now. Taking cognizance of the many efforts that humanity has put in place to combat it, I must congratulate convocations like RCE that are set today to deliberate this matter. The Bible in the book of Romans 10:14, mimi nimeokoka, Yesu ni Bwana. There is a question posed. And how shall they hear without a preacher? That is from the New King James Version. And I pose the same question to all of us. How will they hear if we don't preach to them? A sure way of passing climate action message is education, right from the earliest stages to the top. Awareness alone is not enough. Anti-climate change action must be inculcated. RCE must play a role in curriculum development across the board. Promote research and advance best practices in environmental management, especially at the grassroots, to adequately address this menace called climate change. I also pray that RCE discussions and works will move out of the boardroom and conference halls into the community. Each one of us has a portion to execute, whatever way, wherever, whenever, as long as Mother Earth is saved from this scorching heat. Desiccating loss of, not desiccation, loss of biodiversity, breakout of diseases, and the cataclysmic weather that often bombards us. I will ask us to echo the NEMA mantra. By the way, NEMA has a prayer, and it's the only other institution that has a prayer apart from Parliament of Kenya. So, and our mantra at NEMA is our environment, which is our earth, our life, our responsibility. Mazingira yetu, uhai wetu, wajibu wetu. Mungu mbele. So, I am an environmentalist, like she has said. I am an environmental consultant, incidentally registered by NEMA, and I am also an environmentalist, and I am into conservation measure. In my village, they call me chunga ilat na ilat na chunga wewe. Kwa Kiswahili, ni chunga masingira, masingira ya chunge wewe na Mungu mbele, as I have said. Thank you so much. Greetings from the chairman and our DG. He sent me to pass his love to you who have congregated today to discuss the issues that have been before you and to move out of here and make it a reality in the grassroots. Thank you so much. Tuko pamoja. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. We can also appreciate her, right? We give her some flowers, right? Some nice, nice flowers, so that when she goes back, she can say, yeah? She can say something good. Okay, let's do the bouquet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. We've been here and we've had quite interesting discussions. As you're facing the crowd, you could actually see that it's full house across board, and we've learned a lot from each other. Thank you. So because of time, I will quickly make my presentation. I think that it's also important to share with you what the authority is thinking regarding some of the pertinent issues that are affecting us, or that we are also grappling with, even as we discuss we look at the theme as given by the RCE, given this conference. So one of the things that the authority is looking at, of course I know we are looking at the issues of climate change, but also the issue of waste management is a very important aspect when we are looking at climate change. And as an authority, this is an issue that we have been working on over time. I do remember from maybe the way we have talked about that MCA was enacted in 1999. And the first regulation we made was the EIA, which has really picked up, and it's rolling organically and also evolving, but I'll not talk about that today. The second key regulation that was made then was on waste management. That is waste management regulations of 2006, and then also the water quality regulation of 2006. But I will restrict myself on the waste management regulation. And that was because of the challenges that we were having as a country, looking at the issues of pollution and what causes pollution. As you are aware, the three planetary challenges that the UN has told us to look at are three: climate change, waste management, waste and pollution control, and biodiversity loss. So under the waste and pollution control, that is what we are doing to address that component of the global problem that has been highlighted. And therefore, to do that, we, as the authority, and together with the other stakeholders, because we don't do these things alone, we always work with stakeholders to address these challenges. As you have, you may all know, the issue of waste generation has, it's something that is growing over time. As the population rises, as we also advance in technology, as we advance in our economic status, one of the things that advances with us is the issue of waste generation. I'm glad that I'm just speaking after We Center has already highlighted the growing issue of e-waste, an emerging waste stream, which is also now regulated under this framework. Those statistics of World Banks, I think you are all familiar with. Our concern is the 85% that is disposed of, and that is where this framework is looking at. Of course, the challenges are there. I will not speak about that. And therefore, we need various interventions. We need technological interventions. We need environmental education, which I think as a group we are doing very well. But I will speak about the legal and policy interventions, which play a critical role in enhancing the resource use efficiency through waste prevention, reuse models, recycling, recovery, and this is all geared towards achieving the circular economy. And once we address these issues, we'll then be able to say that we are transiting to the green economy, and again, be able to promote the well-being of the people and the planet. Because we are looking at the people, the planet, and again, last, the profits. Looking at the existing framework, Kenya is a signatory to very many treaties. And these treaties are the ones that guide or inform our policy and also inform our regulatory framework. You first look at it from the Constitution of Kenya. It has really articulated the issue of waste management. There are various international treaties and conventions that Kenya as a country we have committed to. And one of the key international instruments are the SDGs, which are a subject or a thematic area of discussion today. When you look at the 17 SDGs, there is none of them that does not touch waste management. All of them, from SDG number 1 to SDG 17. For example, if you just look at randomly at SDG 2, which is concerned about food, it's about reducing food waste and promoting and using organic waste. And if you look at the issue of food waste, it's a big, big, big area. And I think the researchers here, we have a duty to see how do we reduce food waste? How do we use the one that we cannot reduce? How do we promote the use? How do we make it into a reusable or an important resource? Because again, waste is a resource. And that 85% waste, that 85%, we must do everything to ensure that we reduce it to the minimum. The percentages should be able to change through our interventions. We have about 11 mayors. And all these mayors, or the multilateral environmental agreements, they have something on waste. And as a country, we have domesticated this. And how have we done this? We have infused, borrowing from Dr. Miheso's words, or put them in our local instruments. And so as we implement our local instruments, our local policies, our local acts and regulations, be assured that we are implementing these 11 of them. We also have regional agreements. We have AMSEN, the African Ministerial Conference, and then the UNEP and the regional economic communities whom we are partnering with. But in all these agreements, they are also very particular on the issues of adopting the circular economy in the African countries. Even when we talk about the plastic management, elimination of the single-use plastics,
All these things are flowing across right from the international instruments to the regional instruments. Agenda 2063 clearly talks about efficiently and effectively managing and controlling waste management. The East African Regional Commission highlights the importance of addressing waste as a key component of addressing sustainable development. When we come to the national policies, we have our Constitution of 2010. Article 42 states clearly, every person has a right to a clean and healthy environment. I don't think there is any environmentalist, especially from Kenya, who does not quote that. I believe it is like our national anthem, yeah? And I know the lawyers have come to look at it. And now they are tasking people who are responsible, making them to account for this statement. And they will come for us, right? We have our National Environment Policy, also addresses clearly the issues of waste management, MCA, CAP 387, very clearly, the Sustainable Waste Management Policy, the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022, I'll talk more about that, and of course the National Sustainable Management Strategy of 2015, which promotes the principles of zero waste. That strategy, if you look at it, the objective of that strategy was to ensure that we move towards zero waste. So from 2015, our desire was to make sure those percentages have changed. We are not happy that we are at 85% waste that we cannot manage. And that's why there is now the enactment of the policy, the Sustainable Waste Management Policy of 2021, to relook at our waste management strategies so that we can move towards zero waste. Of course, again, we have waste management regulations of 2006. These ones, they provide the standards and procedures for managing different types of waste. They have highlighted what should be done in terms of waste management, in terms of even when you are setting up a waste handling facility like a dump site, who is responsible? Under the National Waste Management Strategy, the strategy provided what we call 10 minimum points on waste management. One of the biggest challenges that informed that was the issue of undesignated waste management, where we just had a lot of dump sites everywhere. Behind every house, by the roadside, in a school, we had a lot of waste dump sites. And even the municipal dump sites, they were a mess. Everything was thrown everywhere. So we said that because the county government are responsible, they have to have some minimum points. Even if we don't have a landfill yet, they had to have some minimum points. For example, just fence. Make sure that place is manned. Make sure the lorries that are coming are registered and they are carrying waste that you understand. So some of those basics, so that we are able to manage the existing dump sites. Though they are not licensed, but you see every day we are generating waste. So wherever they are, let us manage that. And also promote waste segregation. But we realize there was still need to do more. I know the Vision 2030, the fourth medium-term plan. That is the MTP4 that we are now implementing. It has clearly come out on the issues of environment, climate change, and more so waste management, and it has provided various responsibilities or requirements of different institutions and stakeholders, especially government agencies, giving particular responsibilities to different government agencies so that they can be able to handle, to address the issues of waste management. Now, the issue of the Sustainable Waste Management Act, where I want to dwell a little bit, but not long, the whole idea was to support the transition from linear to circular economy. We are all used to the idea of make, use, and dump. Make, use, and dispose. But we are saying we have to change. We have to change, right, to make sure that we change the whole process, where now we are promoting circularity. Right from the product design, that product should be designed with the producer thinking about how is he going to dispose of this particular product when it reaches the end of life. So that is the whole idea. And now, the objectives, again, is to guide Kenyans to ensure a clean and healthy environment, reduce air, land, and water and marine pollution, promote effective delivery of waste. So those are some of the key objectives of the Waste Management Act of 2022. You can also read. There are many principles, but this presentation would like to highlight the 5, that is promoting the right to a clean and healthy environment, the precautionary principle, the polluter pays principle, payment for ecosystem services for ecological services, and zero waste principle in achieving sustainable waste management. Now, to be able to operationalize that act and be able to ensure that we are looking at this principle of circularity, we have proposed the Ministry of Environment with stakeholders, NEMA, and the private sector have prepared the extended producer responsibility regulations. Remember, I have said that now every producer, when they are making or manufacturing their products, they have to take into account the idea of managing the end of life of that product. So what the government has done is to prepare regulations to guide that process and promote circularity. So the idea of extended producer responsibility is simply an approach based on the polluter paid principle I've mentioned up there, in where the producers are given responsibility. And this is both in terms of financial, physical, for the product design, collection, treatment, and disposal of the waste of the products they introduce into the market. Section 13 states that every producer shall bear extended producer obligations to reduce pollution and environmental impacts of the products they produce into the Kenyan market and waste arising from thereof. So every producer can then make the obligations either individually or collectively in a compliance scheme. So I think those of you who are manufacturers sometime last year, we required producers, all of them, to bring their compliance plans. If you are putting a product in the market, we required you to tell us how are you managing the end of life or the waste that is going to arise from that product. So they brought those compliance plans. Of course, as the regulated, some have brought, and we are working with them. And you have seen us work with the KEPSA and the CAMP, Kenya Private Sector Association, because most of the manufacturers are registered with them. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, because most of them, the manufacturers are under them, to be able to implement this, to create awareness. I think yesterday I saw KEPRO in the morning, that was about 8. They were on Radio Citizen, just trying to create awareness and asking the members to be aware of these regulations and take action. And so when I talk about individual, it means you as a person or you as a manufacturer, you are responsible. And when I say collective, you as a company, okay? Yeah, I think I've said that. Now, every producer has a mandatory extended producer responsibility for all the products and packaging in all phases of life. And this is about enhancing environmental sustainability through reduction of waste and increasing reuse, recovery, and recycling to minimize disposal of recyclable products in the dump sites and landfills. When you go to the dump sites, you get plastics, you get clothes. Those are things that can be reused and that still have value. But what we're also trying to say is that we need to create value of these products before they end up into the dump sites. Because once they are mixed, once they end up in the dump sites, they cannot have value. We talk about waste pickers, and here we talk about chokoras. It is a very dehumanizing situation when you see those young people scrambling in the dump sites. What we are saying is that we need a change of behavior to ensure that that valuable product from your house, from your institution, from your company, does not reach the dump sites. It is already sorted at the house. I'll be finishing two more slides. Then a person who generates waste in Kenya shall dispose these products to only licensed waste service providers at designated collection points. And of course, the county government, because they're responsible to manage waste or manage waste receptacles, our waste treatment facilities, what we call dump sites or landfills, they will be responsible either to allocate land or to manage even the people if they are private people, because they can do it either alone or they can also do it with partners. And we are encouraging a lot of PPEs, private partner programs. So this EPR actually provides that framework on all products to do that. These EPR schemes, they're supposed to work very closely with what we call material recovery facilities, collection points, and manned centers. They are similar but a little different. But the whole idea is to have a facility where you bring your waste and it is sorted. First, according to this act, all of us, because if we are a household, we are waste generators. So from the households, we are expected to do what? To sort our waste. So once you sort our waste, you give it to a licensed waste handler. And this waste handler now can take that facility, that waste, to a material recovery center, where now the sorted waste from the household is further sorted and now given to different people to buy that waste or to recycle that waste. That's what I'm just saying, that the producers, you and me included, are responsible to segregate or collect, transport waste, and also are responsible at looking at the final disposal before what we call the post-consumer stage. These EPR schemes are also called producer responsibility organizations. And this is also not something new. It is something we started in 2017. You remember when we did the plastic ban? And as an authority, we realized we cannot ban all the plastics. So we allowed some. For example, for bread, okay? But we allowed you on condition that you have to demonstrate that you recycle this waste paper. So one of the organizations that came up to ensure that they will collect, they will mop up all the bread, papers, and all other paper bags that we allowed, especially for food consumption, because for hygiene, that was KEPRO. And then we also had another one, PETCO. It was looking at the PET bottles, because we had two challenges also. When we did away with the plastic carrier bags, we now had the problem of the PET bottles. We still have a challenge, but I can assure you that it has reduced a lot. You realize there has been a lot of drive. Most of the bottles are now recycled. Like Coca-Cola, they changed. If you remember, there was a green Sprite. They had to change to a white Sprite so that they can facilitate the take back and recyclability. There is also, like the Vim, Unilever. They also had to look at how they can take back the Vim bottles, recycle and put it back in the market. Sometimes when you go to their shelves, you can see they are different, and they have written recycled, and there is an incentive there. So if you are keen, you realize that most of the manufacturers have also responded, and they are doing something, but it is not enough. We still have bottles. So that's why they change. Like PETCO now, they only used to do PET bottles. But right now they have changed, because now they have expanded the scope of their collection, and they are now called Pack Pro, so that they can collect more. Let me stop there for that. Let me talk a little bit about the material recovery facility. I have said it's a facility that provides a place for sorting and prioritizing recovery of valuable items from especially solid waste. And this one is meant to promote integrated solid waste management to achieve zero waste by 2030, because that is our commitment, and to transition from the linear economy to the circular economy. We are saying that let all the materials, valuables, be sorted at this center, okay? And let's give them to different people who are handling different waste. We have quite a number of industries that have come up that are able to pick up some of these materials. So at least there are those forms, but the challenge has always been from your houses, by the time it gets to the recycler, they are dirty. And you just feel bad when you go to those factories and you look at what these people are handling, dirt. And we are talking about a clean and healthy environment. What the authority has done is to develop some guidelines to support the establishment of material recovery facility. This has also been done together in consultation with the stakeholders, just to provide what are the minimum requirements in a material recovery facility, what is the area. And for this, you require an SPR, some form of EIA, so that the authority will license you to operate a material recovery facility. The next thing we have been able to do is to establish the National Color Code scheme, so that from your house, you have given color codes, bins, where you now sort your bins into a bin. Then from your house, it goes all the way to the material recovery. There is a particular bin. And even now, we are able to know who is picking what, who is picking plastics, who is picking paper. But what we have been able to do, because we don't want to load this to especially the households, give them so many bins, we have only given 3 to promote waste segregation at source. So every person is required to sort their waste and put their waste into different color-coded bins. There are 2, next please. Yes, we are just running, actually this advert is live. It is for public participation. And you are welcome to make your comments. So that these are the colors we are proposing. And these colors will be gazetted. And once they are gazetted now, every Kenyan is supposed to adopt this. Right from the households, from the industry, all of us should adopt this. And what we are saying, from the household, all wet waste will be put in the green bin. And this is to promote waste composting. You remember the 85%? Researchers should be able to go further and segregate the 85%. What is it made of, that 85%? But from general, we know that the big chunk of the 85% is normally organic waste. And we are saying we need to promote composting and now turn that into what? Fertilizer. We need to promote organic fertilizer. Yesterday, there was a young man from Eldoret University who said he's doing that, and I was very happy. He's not here today. Then second bin is on dry waste, and all dry waste, all dry recyclable waste will be in one bin, and that will be the bin blue. Plastic, bottles, glass, just put it in that bin, take it to the material recovery facility where it will now be sorted further. Then the other bin is on hazardous waste, where Nancy is. And this is, we classify hazardous because it is a lot, but we also, e-waste is also sorted here. We don't want you to mix it with the dry waste. Don't mix it with the wet waste, but put it in a separate and put it separate. And here also we have the pesticide cans, or the chemicals, the acaricides, put it in this bin so that it is also taken to the material recovery facility in a segregated way. So friends, this is a journey that we started some time back. We have made some progress, but we still have a long, this distance, it will only be shortened by you and me. By cooperating and working with us, please adopt those colors. Don't wait for the regulations. We are moving. Pick it up and move on. I know there are many experts here. That's why I'm bringing this thing of the SPR. Please support our people who want to establish the material recovery facilities. Support them. Guide them. Talk to us. We have engaged the experts, the AI experts. We still engage them on this. But please, now you are our ambassadors. Please talk to them and make sure they do the right thing. One of the things we don't want is to go back to those undesignated dump sites. We want to move forward to an organized country where we are all proud. Yeah, we all have a responsibility. According to that act, everybody has a responsibility. The cabinet secretary has a responsibility. NEMA, we have a responsibility. And we are actually every day preparing. My boss is listening. She's listening. And we are really on it, making sure that this thing works. Please, we require your support. The county government, they are doing a lot. We are working with them. And anybody, any partner who would want to support is welcome. The schools, let us work with them. Let's just help them to adopt this with some little education, because we are all dealing with schools. I heard your presentations. We are dealing with schools. Let us adopt this, because this is where the government is going. I think the country has moved on, and let us all be on board. Thank you.
Let me make one announcement from what we had yesterday with the CS. Thank you, Catherine. It's an embarrassment to mix ugali in a computer. So people should segregate their waste. Ni aibu, si ndio? So usiweke ugali in a computer. Now, yesterday we had a meeting with the CS, and we had an issue with the asbestos. I think you've seen it online. So we are asking as NEMA that if you know a place where there is asbestos, please report that to the CDE, the County Environment, what director is it? Director of Environment.
County Director of Environment, CDE. We have 47 CDEs, and we have NEMA offices in every county. It can't be one person doing this. This requires, taking care of the environment requires concerted effort. Yeah, all the collective intelligence, their own. Even NEMA cannot do it on its own.
Management of waste, na tumesikia kutoka leo tuanze kufanya nini? Practice, isn't it? Hata kwangu naenda kununua hiyo tins. The green, blue and red. Red ni ya dangerous, danger. Blue, dry. Green, wet, kama plants. Si ndio? Sawa. So until that point, thank you so much for your patience. And now we want to precipitate, evaporate all over, and then so that we can go for lunch. And I'm going to pray for lunch. So our lunch will be served at the guest house. Where we were yesterday. So let us pray. Mighty Jehovah, King of glory, we thank you, Lord, for this far that you brought us. Jehovah, thank you even for our visitors for this second day from the different destinations, Lord. Father, even for the meal before us, we want to pray for your blessing, that even it may give us the energy as we continue in this conference. For we pray, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen. Nice lunch. Bon appetit. Okay, sorry. I think we are late for lunch. It is now 2. Kindly let us use only 30 minutes and be seated by 2:30. Thank you.
Na walilaunch cultural center, regional cultural center pia hapa University of Eldoret.
They also launched the Regional Cultural Center, which they're also part here in University of Eldoret.
Na hiyo mpango sote siko kuendelea na marekebisho.
All that they proceed to do, enhance it as time goes by. So the projection,
kueleza machache.
He will say a few things
kuhusu kazi ambayo tunafanya
regarding the work that they are doing.
Sisi matabibu katika bonde la Ufa,
herbal practitioners in the Rift Valley,
ambaye wako muungano na wako collaboration na University of Eldoret,
who are collaborating with the University of Eldoret.
Tunatibu magonjwa mingi kama yafuatayo.
They have various diseases that they have been able to manage.
Tuna manage cancer.
They have been able to treat cancer,
allergies, malaria, epilepsy, kidney problem,
problem related to kidney, pneumonia,
HIV
and AIDS, arthritis, diabetes, ulcers, amoeba,
fertility,
infertility,
hata COVID-19.
They were also able to control COVID-19.
Yeah, pamoja na zingine.
Together with others that he has not stated here.
Pia tuko na madaktari ambaye ni experts ambaye wanabadilisha watoto kutoka kwa waume mpaka kwa vijana.
So they have this special doctor here that if you want girls, they are able to change your already boy, okay?
Yeah.
From a man, from a boy to a girl, if it is still in the stomach.
Pia ukitaka kijana tutabadilisha atapata msichana wakati anataka kuzaa msichana.
So also if you want to get a lady, at that time when you want to get a girl, they're able to give you a drug to get a girl.
Bas, kwa hivyo acha niwapee tu machache.
So let him showcase a few things.
Hawa madaktari wangu ambayo wako hapa.
The doctors that are here.
Huyu anaitwa Dr. Bernard Kaiku.
That is Dr. Bernard Kaiku.
Yeah, ni specialist wa arthritis.
His area is treatment of arthritis and others.
Huyu anaitwa Dr. Steven Tarus.
Dr. Steven Tarus.
Yeah, ni specialist pia wa kutibu cancer.
He is treating cancer.
Ina cancer ya tumbo na hata ya vinonda.
Stomach cancer and wounds.
Yeah. Huyu anaitwa Dr. Grace Yebei.
She's called Dr. Grace Yebei.
Yeye pia ni specialist wa arthritis, malaria na kadhalika.
She treats malaria, arthritis and others.
Yule anaitwa Dr. Susan.
We have Dr. Susan.
Huyu Dr. Susan ana kidney problem.
She is a specialist with diseases related to kidney, fibroid, and others. We have Josephine Chepkemoy. She's a member from Mount Elgon region, Trans Nzoia County. She's a specialist in areas of massage. And she helps those women who are delivering, even if it is she's helping in maternity, she undertakes surgeries and everything. She works with the clinic at the University of Eldoret and she's done amazing work. She's called Dr. Margaret Tembe. She's treating malaria, amoeba, and other diseases. She's also okay. She also helps if you have issues with infertility. She will help you. Yeah, you can go back and sit. As we showcase some of the diseases that they have been able to manage, and this time round, he's only showcasing cancer. So that is a cancer case. You can look at that. It was a stage 4 cancer. Stage 4.
tibu hii ugonjwa.
They were able to treat that disease next.
Na tuko na wengi ambaye wanafanya hii kazi.
So that the process of healing,
Process ya pili imewekwa dawa.
after they have applied medicine on it,
Tuko na dawa ya kuosha.
there is a drug that is used to wash,
Tuko na dawa ya kupaka.
and they also smear some drugs on
Na
it.
ya kuweka kama imechomwa hivi kama majifu.
They have various ash-like a medicine.
Na tuende kwa
Next. So that's how it looks like.
vile ilikuwa iko.
So that's the final, how it looks like after treatment. Yeah.
Mnaona imekuwa kidogo.
So it has reduced.
Mliona ile ya kwanza vile ilikuwa.
If you compare with the first one,
Ya utaona kuna mabadiliko. Hii ndio ya pili wakati imewekwa dawa.
so that's how it looks like when it is finally
Ile ya
treated.
kwanza. Hii ndio ambayo inaendelea kuona.
So it started there.
Ilikuwa iko.
That's how it was before.
So unaona ilikuwa ni mbaya sana.
It was really bad.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema tunatibu na Mungu ana.
For them, they say they treat, but God does the last word.
Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana university wetu wa Eldoret.
They're so grateful to the University of Eldoret
Kuunganisha matabibu ambayo tuko hapa kwa ushirikiano madaktari zaidi ya 500.
for bringing more than 300 doctors, herbal doctors
ambayo
together.
tunafanyiwa utafiti hapa ndani ya chuo cha Eldoret.
And the University of Eldoret is helping them with doing research with their drugs.
Na tuko na kliniki yetu hapa ndani ya university.
And they have an established herbal clinic here at the university.
Japo pato kuna mpango mingi ya kujipanga.
They still have a long way to go.
Hivi karibuni mtatangaziwa kama imekuwa tayari.
Very soon you'll be told when it is ready.
Kwa
Welcome,
hivyo
Professor.
zaidi ya hiyo,
So more than that,
kuna hata madaktari wetu ambaye ni surgeons.
we have other surgical doctors also.
Wanapasua watu vichwa.
They are able to do brain surgery,
Na hawakusoma.
though they didn't go to school.
Wanafanya operation, wanapaka mtu kama uligongwa na kichuma au gari umepata ajali, kichuma imeingia ndani, wanapasua kichwa mpaka natoa na wanashona.
They are able to do surgeries in the brain, in the head,
Na
and
unapona
remove
kabisa.
everything, and you will completely get healed.
Tuko pia na madaktari wetu special ambaye wanaunga watu mfupa.
We also those special doctors who join the broken marrows
Kwa
or
njia ya
what,
kitamaduni.
in a more cultural way.
Mara mingi tunaamini hii kichuma mtu anaenda wekewa mguu inaumiza mwili.
Every time they believe that if you go to the hospital and they put some
Sasa
metals
huyo
on you, it will
daktari
be
wetu
difficult.
anatoka Trans Nzoia County anaitwa Dr. Kaniki.
There is a doctor called Dr. Kaniki who is able to repair broken joints, limbs.
Anatoa hiyo kichuma na anatupa na anaweka anaunga mtu kwa njia ya kitamaduni na mtu
If you're working with metals inside your body, he's able to remove all those metals and rejoin your joints, and then you'll walk like a normal man.
Pia tuko na mwingine kutoka West Pokot.
Another one from West Pokot.
Mama anaitwa Elizabeth.
She's a woman called Elizabeth.
Yeye pia anafanya operation.
She's also a surgeon.
Anatoa hizi vitu zinaitwa nini?
She's able to remove all the growth.
Hata ile iko kwa tumbo anatoa.
Even if it is an internal growth inside your
Kwa njia ya
stomach,
kitamaduni.
he traditionally is able to remove it.
But kwa wakati huu kwa vile tumeendelea kuchanuka na kusoma, tunatumia wakati huu dawa ile ya kudunga mtu ndiye asisikie uchungu.
At the moment, they have gained some knowledge, and before they do that operation, they're able to give you some anesthesia.
Lakini hapo zamani mtu alikuwa anapewanga chang'aa ile kali kabisa.
Okay, you want to listen to this? He's saying that before today, they used to give you a locally brewed, we call it changa, locally brewed alcohol, a very strong one, before they do the operation. But currently they give you anesthesia.
Alikuwa anatafutiwa hiyo chang'aa kali kabisa alafu wasungumziwe wiki mzima.
Yeah, you'll be given that locally brewed alcohol for a week.
Anapombelezwa kwanza kwa wiki mzima mpaka akubali.
They talk to you, they sweet talk you, they tell you, they give you hopes for 1 week talking to you. Then after that, you drink your changa, you drink your alcohol, then they do the operation.
Alafu sasa anaongezewa kufungwa.
During the operation, they tie you.
But wakati huu
But now,
Tumesoma,
They have gone to school.
tumepata utaratibu mingi kutoka chuo chetu na sehemu zingine.
Now the university has taught them on various procedures and even from other
Na
places.
tumepata dawa ambaye tunatungia.
And they have drugs that relieves you from pain
Sasa
during
mtu
surgery.
anafanyiwa operation vizuri,
So
na
they operate
anapona na
you.
wanakunywa supu na mwenye kufanyia operation.
You get healed. Traditionally, you drink soup with the person who has done the surgery on you, and you go home well.
Kwa hivyo nikimalizia, mimi naomba tu kama tutakuwa na mtu yoyote ambaye anahusika.
He's asking if we have collaborators, both local and international,
Mdhamini yoyote ambaye anaweza shirikiana na sisi
and everybody
kupitia
who
chuo
is
cha Eldoret,
everybody who can do research with them, even through University of Eldoret.
tutamkaribisha.
You are highly welcome.
Tuko na bidhaa mingi vya kutosha.
They're having a lot of things that are enough for
Pia
us.
tunaomba tukipata pia mdhamini ambaye anaweza support sisi kwa mambo ya culture.
And if you are interested in culture and you can partner with them,
Tuko na mambo mengi ambayo ni muhimu.
they have so
ambayo
many things that
tunafaa
are important
kufundisha
that
generation
they
yetu.
want to teach the coming generation.
Hiyo ndio maana University of Eldoret wameamua kutufungulia regional traditional cultural center.
And that's why there is an established regional cultural center.
Itatusaidia pia kupea watoto wetu, wanafunzi wetu katika chuo mafunzo na mambo mengine ambayo hawakuwa wanajua.
It will help even the young people in knowledge transmission from one generation
Na
to
kujua
another.
umuhimu wa chakula ambayo inachunga mwili.
And also they're teaching about the importance of food that are good for health.
Na kujua umuhimu wa dawa za kiasili.
And also the importance of traditional medicine.
Asanteni.
Thank you so much. If you need those drugs, he's having the drugs outside. He will bring them. So if you need any drug, you can see Dr. Rono. Welcome, Professor Muturi, to take over.
Is it on now? Okay. Madaktari wetu wa kiasili tunawashukuru kwa njia ya kipekee. So we are now on for the afternoon session, and because of time, we'll be giving 10 minutes. So our online participants, I hope you have gained something from that presentation. We now want to invite Priska Rongoe, who is going to tell us about seasonal climatic changes drive variation in selected soil properties. So, Priska, the floor is yours, 10 minutes. I'll give you an indication when it's 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. After hearing from our herbalist, let's turn our minds into the wetland, because that is where we have most of the things. We can also collect herbs from that environment. Si tunaweza pata hizo vitu yenye mnatafuta huku kwa wetland? Yes. So, bas. Now, so today we are going to present on seasonal climatic changes. I don't know. Yes. Okay. My name is Priska Rongoe, a student here in Environmental Science Department. I'll be talking about seasonal climatic changes, variation that drive selected soil properties along disturbance gradient in Kingwal Riverine wetland, Kenya. So in the introduction, wetlands, please, next. Wetlands are very important ecosystems that are productive because of their biomass that is being produced from that environment, and they play an important role. It gives us ecosystem services. It supports several biodiversity in that environment. And therefore, these wetlands are important, and therefore, particularly in inland wetlands, these are areas that are mainly sensitive to seasonal variations. And that is why it is very important to be able to understand them. And now that because of the population increase, we have several human-induced disturbances that occur in that environment. And that is why relating the two, that is the seasonal variations versus the disturbance from the human activities, is important, so that we can be able to understand how these soil properties are being changed according in that environment. So these seasonal changes in terms of the rainfall, in terms of air temperature, can be able to change and change the variations in soil. And that is why it is important to understand. And these disturbances that occur in that environment can be able to lead to changes in soil properties. And these soil properties, such as soil moisture, soil pH, soil organic carbon, can be able to, even the nutrients themselves, can be able to indicate the health of that environment and even the functions of that ecosystem. So in the statement of the problem, the statement of the problem, we are looking at this ecosystem, which is the Kingwall ecosystem in terms of what is there in that environment. It supports, it's a habitat for several organisms because of the vegetation that is found there. So it becomes a habitat for birds, for even the mammals, like the sitatunga that we usually talk about, because it is endemic to those environments. It is also a base for the food web for that ecosystem. And that is why it is important to be able to understand. In terms of regulation of services, like the climate regulations, you've heard about the carbon sequestration. They say that wetlands can be able to store more of the carbon in that environment. But now it can be able to store that carbon because it has been managed or conserved. But if it has some disturbances that are happening there, then it means that that kind of regulation may not be able to occur. But at the same time, it can be able to support several livelihoods of the people, because that is where people get their livelihoods and also be able to get their materials for use. Next, please. In this environment, it is being threatened by human activities versus the changes in the climate that is happening. And these soil properties, because they can be able to indicate the health of the ecosystem, they are very sensitive to the changes that are occurring in that environment. And therefore, it is good to be able to understand this kind of relationship, which has not been done in the Kingwall wetland, yet it can be able to give us information that is very crucial for effective management and conservation of these ecosystems, especially now that we are facing the climate change. Now, the objectives of this study, next please. The main objective of this study was to determine how seasonal climatic variables drive variation in selected soil properties along disturbance gradient in Kingwall wetland. And the specific objectives were to investigate how selected soil properties, that is soil moisture, pH, soil organic carbon, total phosphorus, and nitrogen varied with the season. And at the same time, to assess changes in soil properties along disturbance gradient and to determine the relationship between climate variables and selected soil properties. Next, please, study area. The Kingwall wetland is found in Kenya in Nandi County, where we have the color orange or red. That red is the county of the area where we have the wetland, the Kingwall wetland, and that is where our study was based. And from that environment where we can be able to see, it covers only, it is a small riverine wetland that only covers about 2.7 kilometers square. In our methodology, we collected soil samples using the soil ochre, and we had several, next please, we had several of the, according to the design, those are the quadrats where we were collecting the soils from. And from these quadrats we had 4 composite soil samples that were mixed in a bucket, and then they were collected and put in a Ziploc bags to be able to be analyzed for those nutrients. And in the laboratory, we followed the standard plans or procedures that were put in place for the soil, moisture, pH, organic carbon, and nutrients. The results, next. In the results, we can say that seasonal variation in the selected soil properties, like the soil pH and soil phosphorus, did not vary so much with season, but for the other, organic carbon and the nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, varied so much. And in these results were in agreement with the studies that were done by Song, Zhao et al. 2024, that shows that total phosphorus usually are high in a wetland environment, and therefore may not vary so much in terms of the disturbances, even though when we have the disturbance or the seasons change, they usually don't vary so much. And that is how we were able to get. And at the same time, the next please, in disturbance, in that table, it can be able to show us that most of these nutrients or soil properties that were selected were mainly affected by the disturbance. And therefore, it is good to be able to understand that while understanding these soil properties, we can be able to know that soil organic carbon, which is an important component in the environment, or the nutrients in general, we know that they are fuels that can be able to power the ecosystem that is in that environment. And these activities, such as grazing of livestock in that environment, or even farming, can be able to reduce this organic carbon in that environment and can be able to accelerate the rates of soil erosion and degradation in that environment, according to FAO 2019 and Robertson et al. 2019 too. Next, please. The relationship between climate variables and the selected soil samples. We can be able to see that there is also influence in terms of these properties alone. They can be able to influence each other to be able to create an ecosystem that can be able to influence the vegetation that is found in that place. And that is why it is good to be able to understand what really happens with those soil properties. But at the same time, these climatic variables, rainfall temperature, and as well as the water depth within that environment, can also be able to have a change in these soil properties. And that is why those the ones with stars are the ones that are more significant in terms of the changes in relationships. In conclusion, we can say that seasonal climatic changes significantly influence soil moisture, soil organic carbon, and soil total nitrogen in Kingwal wetland, and had no influence in the soil pH and soil total phosphorus. And variation in soil properties was more pronounced in most disturbed areas than in least disturbed sites at Kingwad wetland. This can be able to give an information that we need to do something about these activities that are taking place within the wetland so that we can be able to protect it. Soil properties relate with climatic variables in different ways because in terms of rainfall, it can be able to relate with it negatively, but negatively with the soil organic carbon and the nitrogen, but it may not be able to do with the phosphorus. And this could be because of the changes, and also we know that phosphorus can be able to be absorbed by the sediments in that environment. So what is the implication of this study? what we can be able to say is that this study can be able to help us to identify some of the properties, soil properties that are sensitive to climate variability, especially now that we are in the context of global climate change. And this can be able to also identify areas for the conservation. So if we have an area that requires restoration, then we need to have already understood in terms of if this area is already degraded, then we need restoration measures. And at the same time, it is going to give us an insight on how soil properties change with climate variability and human-induced disturbances, such that it can be able to inform the managers to come up with strategies on how to be able to adapt to changes. Interaction between seasonal climate variables and soil properties can inform restoration and come up with strategies to reduce anthropogenic activities that are happening within that wetland. And at the same time, if we can be able to have the nutrients like the soil moisture and also the organic carbon within that environment, these are essential for the growth of plants in the environment, and therefore it can be able to support biological diversity that we are looking forward to in terms of the vegetation and in terms of the animals that are found in that environment. So soil is the basis where we need to do a restoration in order to be able to protect the total environment. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. She has used her time very well. Wacha tumpe maua. Let's give her flowers. Not rain this time. We had enough for today. Let's put the bouquet together and let's give her. It's almost toppled her. Okay. Thank you very much. The next presenter is an online presenter from Nigeria. William Eke. I cannot dare pronounce the second one, lest I annoy him before he begins his presentation. So, Mr. William Eke, are you ready for the presentation? You told me he's online. So he's here. At least I didn't pronounce his second name. So, so thank you. And as you come, I want to introduce the topic, derivatives of red onion skin extract as green scale inhibitors. Wouldn't that be interesting? We've seen the onion before. Welcome. 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Dr. William Ihani, AK, from Department of Pure and Industrial Chemistry, University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. So I'll be sharing with us briefly on the work our group is doing in the area of green chemistry to ensure that the projected growth in the chemical industry in the coming decades is sustainable. As we already know, for several decades, the chemical industry has been dominated by petroleum-based raw materials and intermediates. And now we've become very aware of the negative impact of these chemical products, even consumer products and industrial chemicals on the environment. So since the MDGs came on board and evolved into the SDGs, there's been this need for chemists and industrialists to begin to rethink and to say, how can we continue to produce chemicals, because we can't do without them, but to make them sustainable as much as possible. So one of the approaches to doing this is to begin to look at alternative feedstocks. Let's begin to look away from petroleum-based feedstocks and begin to consider alternative feedstocks. One of the most important of these alternative feedstocks is biomass, right? Biomass. So that informs the topic of this presentation, which is a part of what our group is doing. Go back to the first slide. That is derivatives of red onion skin extract as green scale inhibitors. Now, in that topic, you see two colors, red and green. The first red is literal. The second color, green, is metaphorical. That is sustainable. So we're looking at sustainable scale inhibitors. So our focus is just on one end, on scale inhibitors, because these chemicals are essential to many industries. Go ahead. So what is the impact of scaling in the industry? Now, what is scaling? Scaling is simply when dissolved metal ions precipitate from water and begin to form deposits. You can see this in your home, in your kettles. Eventually, you begin to see some white rings in your kettles. That is scale. But that happens in a more complex way in the industry, and it impacts several industries, such as water treatment plants, power generation plants, oil and gas, manufacturing, and so many more. And this causes severe challenges for these industries because they have to invest millions of dollars in developing chemical products to solve this problem. Next slide, please. So how do industries manage scale? The best approach is to mitigate scale, right? So you try to prevent the scale from forming in the first place, because when the scales have formed, you know how to adopt remediative approaches, which will have an impact on the business, because then you might need to shut down your plant to clean up, right? You have production deferment, and which of course impacts on the company's bottom line. So the best approach is to mitigate scale formation. So there are a number of approaches to doing this. One is to modify the process conditions in the industry. You could manipulate the pH or the temperature, or you could use specialized coatings in case of surfaces or pipelines to inhibit scale formation. But these processes are quite complex and expensive, so we resort to using chemicals to mitigate scales in the industry. Next slide, please. So what are these chemicals? We call them scale inhibitors. So what do scale inhibitors do? The industries add them at a low dosage to help to prevent, or at least slow down how scales, the rate at which scales form in the system. So they can function by 4 ways. They modify the wax crystal, or they can disperse the scale crystals, or they can inhibit the scale from attaining the critical mass, which is what we call the threshold inhibition, or they can sequestrate the metal ions in solution, which form these scales, and prevent them from precipitating in the first place. This last mechanism is what we are looking at in this work. Now, scale inhibitors already exist in the market, but many of them have challenges that I've highlighted initially. One major one is ecotoxicity. Many of these chemicals have negative impact on natural ecosystems, such as the water bodies and all the other organisms living there, and even on land. So, what onion got to do with it? What's onion got to do with it? Now, red onion skin is waste. It's a waste material. We have it all around us. Even in Nigeria, it's a major waste in Nigeria. Nobody eats it. It's waste. This waste is a rich source of quercetin and other flavonoids. Flavonoids are a class of phytochemicals, right? We know that flavonoids, and especially quercetin, are very effective metal chelators, right? They can sequestrate metals from solutions. So we know that flavonoids enriched red onion skin extract can sequestrate these metals that form scale from aqueous systems. Now, red onion skin is an agro waste, very important, and is also a renewable material. Next slide, please. So this slide shows us a brief scheme of how quercetin, the structure you see there, those rings, is the quercetin. Shows us how quercetin can chelate metal ions from solution. The M there is the metal. It can be any metal. It can be calcium, magnesium, barium. These are the primary metals that form scales in the industry. So we see that the quercetin, another flavonoid there, can bind the metal, thereby removing it from solution and preventing scales from forming. So red onion skin extract, mind you, this extract is an aqueous extract. So you're just doing the extraction with water. So it's inexpensive, and of course, has two benefits. Economically, it's better than the products we have in the market. And then most importantly, is also an eco-friendly material. Next slide, please. So we've established that ROSE, we call it ROSE, can remove metals from remove these brine-forming metals and prevent scale formation. But we also went ahead to modify ROSE to improve the effectiveness of ROSE as a scale inhibitor, because companies or industries are there to make profit, right? So they're looking at the most effective product that will give you the good result at the lowest dose, at the lowest cost. So try to modify ROSE to see if these modifications can help us improve its effectiveness as a scale inhibitor. And in doing this, we use very simple chemicals like phosphoraldehyde. Phosphoraldehyde is one of the foremost green chemicals because you can produce it from corn cob. Corn cob is a waste that is abundant in Africa. So from corn cobs, you can produce phosphorale, and then we use the phosphorale to modify the ROSE. So you see the scheme there. So we'll get a more complex molecule. And what we're doing here is try to build the bulk in the quercetin molecule and have additional sites for metal sequestration. So we then went ahead to, next slide, to also do this with glutaraldehyde, a similar scheme, but here we're changing the modifier we're using, and then we also have a resin. So we have a resin. The next one, another resin, is another scheme for one of the reactions we did. So we ended up producing about 4 resins, right? So the next step we took was then to evaluate the performance of these resins, because it's one thing to prepare it, one thing to see, another thing to see how effective the product is. So we evaluated the products in 3 types of scales, which are the most abundant or most problematic in the industry. The first one is the calcium carbonate scale. So we can see this chart shows us the inhibition efficiency of each of the derivatives of ROSE and ROSE itself. And then the last column you see there, the CSI, is a commercial product, which is already being used in the industry. Yes, we've not been able to achieve something that beats the product, but at least we have some comparable results. You can see that at 60 parts per million, we're able to have 55% inhibition using our derivative. Go ahead. So we can also see the next slide. That same similar result for calcium sulfate scale, which is another problematic scale in the industry. So we see that the resin produced with ROSE and phosphoraldehyde with urea, that is RUF, gave us 70% inhibition efficiency, which is quite comparable to the commercial scale inhibitor. And then the final scale we used, next slide, we evaluated the product in, was barium sulfate scale. And this was even the best. You can see that we got about 88.3% inhibition efficiency of scales at 80 parts per million, which is almost the same as the commercial product. All right. All right. So what are the next steps we're going to take? The project does not stop there. It's an ongoing work we're doing. And we're trying to make the product better and better to the point where it can compete effectively in the market with the commercial products, right? Because one thing in the industry, they say that you cure if it is cheaper to cure, right? And this concept of no cure, no pay. Because we don't want this to end in the lab. We want to take it to the market. But before it goes to the market, the industry will do a trial. And that trial, they must see that the products you are bringing in can compete effectively with what they have, and then even beat it at a lower price. So that's why we're going to go on to develop new processes for conversion of ROSE to effective scale inhibitors, because this project is all about converting biomass to chemicals and then using those chemicals to replace the toxic chemicals that we have in the market. And then we'll try to use these derivatives to formulate more effective low-dose scale inhibitors that can compete with those in the market. Next slide. So what benefits do we stand to enjoy? Not only the environment, but it also impacts the businesses, right? Because before these companies will adopt them, the question is, what's the need for us? So the first is that we can reduce the ecological impact of industrial chemicals, which is a very serious global issue. We can reduce the impact of chemicals in the environment, thereby protecting life on land and life underwater. This project is also a great way to reduce agro waste, because to see this waste littered everywhere in our cities, right, which is a problem. So we can reduce it from source. We go to the farmers or the people that sell these products. We just take up that waste and then valorize it into something useful. This will create wealth as well, both for the processors and the farmers. Again, for the business operators who are the end users of the product, it will reduce their operational cost because they now have a cheaper product to use compared to what they have, and it ends up increasing their business profitability. And by adopting these measures, we're trying to build a culture of sustainable production and consumption, right? Instead of using the petrol-based raw materials, we're using bio-based raw materials for production. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I want to thank ECPay and the World Bank who are financing this project. And then I want to thank you for listening to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sustainable production is a big issue in Africa, so that is so good. We want to give him thunder minus rain because we can see the sun is out. So we want to give him very big thunder. Let's just do this so that he can carry it all the way to Nigeria. 1, 2, 3, Angusha. Okay. Thank you. So I have an announcement in case you've not made your presentation, because we are not sure who is around and who is not around. Please see Dr. Saina. Dr. Saina, is there someone who doesn't know you? Okay.
Yeah, we just want to know if there are any other presentations which are still hanging, so that we do it fast and then we go to plenary, we go to way forward.
Okay. You've seen him. Thank you. Yes. If you have shoes that make noise, you can tiptoe so that you don't disturb whoever will be presenting. So next we have Dr. Lucy Wanjohi, who is going to make a presentation on integrated strategies in curbing biodiversity loss and climate change. Dr. Lucy, welcome. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Lucy Wanjohi. I'll be presenting on integrated strategies in curbing biodiversity loss and climate change. Currently, we know that there is a lot of changes that have occurred in biodiversity, and some of them it's because of human activities, and others because of climate change. So these two, they are forming a crisis that we need to address, because we know that humanity in general, we rely so much on biodiversity. In fact, on daily basis, we rely on the ecosystem services. For example, the purification of the air, the hydrological cycle, all those are depending on the biodiversity. So there is need to address this crisis. So we know what is biodiversity. It is a variety of life on Earth, and it includes biodiversity at genetic level, at species level, and also diversity of ecosystems. So there has been a crisis whereby there has been a lot of loss of biodiversity, some of the organisms, both plants and animals, or in general, if I can say flora and fauna, becoming extinct. So according to WFF, that is World Wildlife Fund, the planet is at biodiversity and climate crisis, and these can lead to potential ecological disaster. So what has caused this? So most of the activities that has led to biodiversity loss is human activities like land degradation, habitat fragmentation, and also climate change, some of it that has occurred because of naturally and others because of anthropogenic activities. So, however, it is not too late to change the trend. There is hope that if we take the right actions, we can save the biodiversity and we can enjoy having these ecosystem services, goods and services. So what do we need to do? Then you find that we need to change our interaction, the way we interact with nature, our society, and our economy. Because the activities that we do, for example, if at all it's logging, maybe for, maybe to use those, after logging, maybe for building infrastructures like housing and all that, so it can contribute negatively to the environment or to biodiversity if it is not done sustainably. So there are benefits that are derived from ecosystem services, and we know them, like the way I have mentioned, and therefore, if people understand this, because at times people don't, some people, okay, or general, not all people in the public are aware of the importance of this biodiversity. So if we are aware of the services that we get from it, then we are likely, majority of the people are likely to safeguard it. So we need global shifts that are needed across production, consumption, governance, and finance for us to be able to save our biodiversity, and also for us to be able to curb climate change. So we have various international conventions that have come up with integrated strategies of trying to see how we can be able to save this biodiversity. And these strategies has founded a good foundation for global action on biodiversity and a roadmap to protect and restore nature. Some of them are, for example, the CBD, the Convention on Biological Biodiversity, the Bonn Convention. That one deals with the migratory animals. We have the European Union. We have the CITES that deals with the endangered species. So that tries to ensure that there is no trade that is being done on products that are coming from endangered species. Then we have the IUCN, and then we have the IPBES. So some of the strategies that these organizations have come up with is one of them being urban greening strategy. So this strategy involves establishment of green infrastructures. Okay, as you have seen, even the other presenters that has been ahead of me, we are talking of circular economy, we are talking of greening. So that is the way to go. So there is need to come up with green infrastructures, and these ones we are going to benefit the humans as well as the wildlife. There is also need for nature-based solutions. Just as the presenter who was before me has said, that there is need to go from chemicals to something that is natural. So nature-based solutions are the best when it comes to saving biodiversity. So measures that should be taken, some of them include establishing minimum share of green roofs on new buildings. So nowadays, as cities are being developed, so there is need for creating space to have that. For example, where maybe we can have flowers being planted or something that is going to, okay, something that is taking part, for example, in photosynthesis, because it is going to take care of the carbon dioxide that is being produced, for example, by the various vehicles in town. So that sequestration of carbon dioxide is very important, and therefore, that is why there is need. If at all it's a building, then there should be some allowances for something green that is being planted. Mostly it can be flowers, it can be some trees, maybe those ones that are not, okay, in the some green areas in the urban areas and so on. There is also need for supporting urban farming, and these can include use of fruit trees where appropriate. We can also ensure that there are no chemical pesticides that are being used in those areas. We know the effect of pesticide, that they are going to affect the microbiota in the cells, as well as our waters. there is need for increasing the green spaces. And this one should go according to the number of trees where appropriate. And also, it should go again according to the number of inhabitants. So you find that as we continue creating cities, there is need to consider what is the population of that city, and what should be the urban green spaces that are in that area. So I know, for example, when Eldoret town was being, or when it was being moved to a city status, there was need to consider that. Does it have green spaces? Because they are very important. There is also need for extended terrestrial and marine ecological corridors in urban areas. So at times we find that urbanization and urban sprawl brings about, or it hinders fauna from moving from one place to another. The animals are not able to migrate freely. So there is need for those corridors where the animals can migrate. So the next one is the circular economy strategy. This one, most of the presenters have talked about the circular economy, which is a model of production and consumption, which involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products as long as possible. And in this way, the life cycle of the product is being extended. So I remember the WEEE Center has told us about how we should use, before we go to recycling, how we should try to repair and all the other things. So that is part of the circular economy. And this one implies that there is need to reduce the waste. So there was also another presenter who talks about waste management, which is very important, and it is part of the circular economy. So when you do that, this is saving biodiversity as well as curbing climate change or slowing down the process of climate change. So there is need for departure from the linear economy model, which is based on take, make, consume, and throw away system to this circular economy. And again, this circular economy model opposes planned obsolescence when a product has been designed to have a limited lifespan. So whereby in a product you find that there is an expiry date, and yet it is not something that is being consumed. So circular economy proposes that, or opposes that planned obsolescence, whereby a product should either be repaired or recycled or something. And it advocates for a move from take, make, dispose society to a carbon neutral, environmentally sustainable, toxic-free, and fully circular economy. So we need to do that. And this one, again, is going towards less use of products that are there in the biodiversity. So, so the circular economy takes care of all. It looks at electronic and ICT, the batteries and the vehicles, packaging and plastics, among others. Next, please. So this is showing the circular economy model where there is less raw material, less waste, and fewer emissions. Next. So another thing is One Health approach, and this is One Health approach is a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach, working at local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health. So this one recognizes that there is interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. So this principle acknowledges that the intrinsic connections between human, animal, and environment exist. So the way we relate with the environment will still affect our health. It integrates strategies to enhance the health of humans, animals, and ecosystem, and it advocates for a move from surveyed thinking to smart and systematic action. So we remember, for example, if we want to, for example, get rid of the pandemics, like the other time, COVID-19, they talked of an animal being consumed and all that. So they say that as the population increases, as the habitat becomes degraded, we interact more with the fauna. And as a result of that, there are high chances of disease shift from one to another. Next, please. So there are strategies in agriculture and food sector that should ensure that less pesticides are used, less fertilizers are used, and we are moving to organic farming, because organic farming is the best. Next. So there is need to reduce widespread of pesticide in line with the 8 principles of integrated pest management that tries to look at how can we be able to, for example, how can we be able to control maybe aphids without using a chemical? Can we go maybe the biological way? Are there biological controls that can help? So that is the way to go if we want to save our biodiversity. Next. So there are strategies for marine habitats, whereby we should have ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. And also there is need to address ocean degradation, because it's one that is leading to habitat loss in the oceans and seas. There is need to control eutrophication and acidification as well. So aquaculture production should also be based on sustainable production methods, which should include extensive methods and use of algae, bivalves, pod farming system, and lagoon aquaculture, other than harvesting fish in order to feed other fish. That is the carnivorous way. We should go the biological way. Next, please. So there are also strategies in forestry, whereby we know that forests play an essential role in absorbing and offsetting carbon emissions. So there is need to increase the forest coverage by 10%. There is also need to ensure tree planting initiatives that are based on clear ecological principles. There is need to do, for reforestation, sustainable reforestation, greening of urban and peri-urban areas, restoration, enhancement of connectivity and agroforestry in line with the recent scientific knowledge. Why are we saying this? Because at times when we bring, for example, other species that are not native to the environment and we plant them, even if, for example, we are doing for reforestation or afforestation, you find that they might have some side effect of reducing the biodiversity of that area. Next. So there are other strategies that has been taken by various organizations. Like, for example, the European Union came up with a biodiversity strategy for 2030. And this one is, should ensure that, or its goal is that by 2050, the world's ecosystem are restored, resilient, and adequately protected. Another one is that there are some countries that have recognized ecocide as international crime. Ecocide is whereby people destroy the environment or degrade the environment, whereas, or with knowledge of what they are doing. So that one is taken as a crime. There are other countries and states that are conducting sustainability impact assessment. And this one, as part of the scoping exercise, on free trade and investment agreement. And this one is being done to assess and address possible risks to biodiversity in the region that is concerned. So this one, sustainability impact assessment, is a process of evaluating the potential effects of a policy, project, or program on the socio-economic and environmental dimensions of sustainability. Also, there is need, concerning the invasive alien species, we also know that this is another problem that is affecting biodiversity, because most of the alien species affect the native species. So there is need to prioritize, plan to prevent, control, or eradicate invasive species that harm critically endangered species. Also, there is need for a mandatory risk assessment prior to the first import of non-native species, so that we do not affect the native species. In conclusion, there is an urgent need to save biodiversity, and also as well as mitigate climate change. The two go hand in hand, because when there is climate change, it is affecting biodiversity and leading to biodiversity loss. Also, conservation of biodiversity should be a common concern for all humankind, because there is no way we'll be able to live without biodiversity. Even when what we eat is part of the biodiversity, whether it is flora or fauna, when it is coming from plants or animals, It is part of the biodiversity. So it should be of human concern. There is also need to implement nature-based solutions for climate change. And finally, the preservation of biodiversity is a global challenge that requires global efforts. Hence, the successful implementation of these strategies will depend on the participation and involvement of stakeholders in order to achieve a climate-neutral continent or the whole world. So if you want a climate-neutral continent, then we need to mitigate climate change and conserve biodiversity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. for giving us innovative strategies on how to curb biodiversity loss. We need to give her many flowers. Stand, please, Dr. Many flowers, and let's give them to her. Thank you. Next, we have two online presenters. So the first one is Dr. Joseph Masinde. I don't know whether he's ready. Dr. Joseph Masinde, going to look at the role of RCEs in implementing the GBF framework.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Joseph Masinde. I'm here to become a doctor. I come from NEMA here in Nairobi, and my presentation basically will be, I don't know whether you are showing the presentation. You can hear me?
We can hear you, but they are going to show in a while. You can continue. You have 10 minutes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Basically, my presentation is basically, I want to look at the role of RCEs in addressing biodiversity loss. And my focus is on the framework, which was adopted in the last conference of parties for the CBD, that is in 2022. And the framework was adopted as a result of the strategic plan, which was formulated to enhance participation of parties in a holistic way to conserve biodiversity. Basically, my presentation, we look at the framework itself. I'll also look at the governance of RCE, the weaknesses, and also come up with some recommendations. As an introduction, of course, this one has been highlighted by Dr. Lucy, the benefits of biodiversity in terms of ecosystem services, culture and social values, health, and food security. The Convention on Biological Diversity is an agreement which was adopted way back in 1992 as an instrument to conserve biodiversity, sustainable use of the components, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of the genetic resources. So the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, of course, it was adopted in Montreal, but the preparation started in China. And you remember during the COVID, we had the first section of the COP in China, and then the second one was finalized in Montreal. That's why the framework is called the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And this framework addresses the accelerating loss of biodiversity globally and is building upon on the strategic plan of biodiversity, which was adopted about more than 10 years ago, 2011 to 2020, and is building on the achievements, gaps, and lessons learned from that, and then with the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development and Sustainable Development Goals. By 2050, we have a vision, a shared vision of living in harmony with nature. Among the elements, there are 4 goals and 23 targets for 2030, reducing the threats to biodiversity, meeting people's needs through sustainable use and benefit sharing, and then tools and solutions for implementation and mainstreaming. That is how the targets are divided. They are basically divided into 3. The first, reducing biodiversity, sustainable use, and then the tools and solutions for implementing. Of course, as I said earlier, it builds upon the Aichi biodiversity targets, which are within the strategic plan of 2010 to 2020. From the assessment, all these targets were not fully met during that time. Hence, the need for a stronger framework to reverse biodiversity loss. So the framework is more comprehensive than the earlier one and touches on the Paris Agreement, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Issues of biotechnology have also been included, and the indigenous people's rights and gender, the women and girls are also included. Remember, the framework was negotiated here in Kenya, Nairobi, and in fact, the last target on women and girls was negotiated here in Nairobi after the Kenyan delegation pushed for that. It has a vision, mission, and goals. Here there are about 23 targets. As I said earlier, addressing conservation, avoidance, then safeguarding, and then the action. That is the tool for solutions. The framework also has a monitoring framework led by the headline indicators, component indicators, and we also have national indicators within the monitoring and reporting framework. Of course, the framework also came up with what the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. It was realized we need a separate funding to implement activities under the strategic plan. The key sections, the consideration, of course, it's about the rights of indigenous people. While implementing the framework, you need to consider such things: the whole of government, whole of society approach, the human rights, the intergenerational equity, sustainable development, and then the incorporation of biodiversity education into all forms of learning to promote sustainable lifestyles. Emphasis on the role of science and technology in monitoring biodiversity, knowledge gaps, and creating innovative conservation solutions. So, as a country, we also participated in the adoption of that framework. And as I speak now, what is happening is the national focal point for CBD. Now it is in the process of reviewing the National Biodiversity Action Plans. We are also developing our national targets and indicators, and also developing a resource mobilization strategy and a monitoring framework. So the role of African RCEs. So the most important thing is to move the subject of biodiversity closer to education and learning. involves integrating biodiversity topics into the educational curriculum, making it more prominent, focusing both formal and informal learning environments. Promoting critical thinking, fostering practices, attitudes for education, for ESD, involve aligning education approaches with the principles that respect human behavior and natural world. So in light of the framework, RCE play a key role, especially the African region. Focusing on ESD, the integration of education to promote conservation of biodiversity. Here we have the UNESCO, which came up with a roadmap with the 5 priority areas: advancing policy, transforming learning, building capacity of educators, and empowering the youth, and accelerating local level actions. So when you look at those targets, there are 23. But the most important one is the 2021, which talks of knowledge sharing, of available information, cooperation and research projects. Other relevant targets include 3, which talks of restoring of our ecosystem, 13, which talks of access and benefit sharing, 20, capacity building and technology transfer, 22, indigenous people, and then 23, the women and the girls. Education and awareness, of course, is quite important, and RCE can really take part in that. Sharing of knowledge, integration of traditional knowledge, communication, and outreach programs. There are some of the activities, projects which are being implemented by various RCEs, especially in Kenya. The North Rift have been able to look at some of the programs they have and linking them to the relevant target. For example, target 2 talks of protecting and restoring ecosystems. And the North Rift have been involved in restoring degraded ecosystems. RCE Kakamega, Western Kenya, of course, like target 16, which talks of sustainable consumption. They are dealing with reducing waste from food, sustainable consumption through water harvesting, and promoting sustainable agriculture, especially for target 2. Challenges and opportunities, of course, there are challenges. And one main challenge I pointed out is the limited funding to implement some of these programs. And as I said, the framework came up with a funding mechanism for countries to be able to access funding to implement some of these programs, like the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. And these are funds set aside within the Global Environment Facility to implement the framework. So there is a funding mechanism where countries are able to access that fund and implement some of these programs. RCEs are there. How can they tap into that funding framework? So the challenges RCEs may face is aligning their fund priorities to GBF, capacity building, and expertise. Do you have expertise in writing the proposals? The collaboration and partnership of RCEs. You need to define the various roles of different stakeholders. There's a need for building trust, coming up with MOUs. Stakeholders are very important, and these are main components in accessing funding. Donors want to see whom you are working with and their active participation in decision making. Of Of course, monitoring and evaluation is very important. Some of the RCEs are carrying out various good projects, but are you reporting? Who knows what you are doing? So it is very important that you report on what you are doing so that everyone can know and learn. And then when you access the funding, at the end of the project, is it sustainable to continue with their activities? So you need co-funding from various stakeholders who can help you in implementing this program. And then the administrative burden, of course, the stringent financial and operational requirements require a well-structured governance approach. RCEs, we are told, they are loose networks. We need to strengthen those networks, MOUs, define the roles of different stakeholders. The key person who is spearheading any RCE, where it is hosted, should be have a permanent secretariat, and the RCE activities should be integrated in their strategic plan. So recommendation for strengthening the RCE governance structure so that we are able to access this funding. And this funding is a lot of money. In Kenya shillings, some projects can give you about 1 billion. 1 billion Kenya shillings, which is about 10 million US dollars or more. So it is very important that they have to have well strengthened governance structures. And these projects can be even regional. As Africa, we can come up with a proposal, take it to GF for funding. The most important thing, having a national steering committee. Of course, we have a national focal point for GF, which is the Ministry of Environment. We need to come up with an RC coordinating unit. Biodiversity experts in finance are very important, and then a monitoring framework. Capacity building and training programs have to be there constantly. Public-private partnership is very important for sustainability. And then the formal engagement documents, MOUs and all that, the contracts are very important and then community engagement platforms. So in conclusion, UNU and RCs can collaborate with GF. Of course, GF has implementing agencies. So you can go through UNEP, UNDP, FOO, UNIDO, African Development Bank to design and execute projects. RC Network is well positioned to implement projects at the local level. You are the people at the local level. And you see the funding focuses on communities at the local level. So you are the right people to be able to access funding and implement some of these projects. Of course, RCEs can conduct research that supports the objectives of GF-funded projects. Of course, GF does not fund basic research, but funds areas like assessments, research aimed at coming up with innovations. They are able to fund. And with that, thank you.
Okay, let's do it in a more coordinated manner. Like a shower, we just do it very quickly. There we are. I think he's in a place where it didn't rain. So we have given him a shower to bless him. Thank you, Mr. Masinde. RCE's money is a real problem, so those are good strategies on how we can collaborate and take advantage of funding agencies that have money that we can undertake projects. And of course, he's talked about governance. So the next presenter, online presenter, is Dr. Simon Mburu Njoroge. I don't know whether he can hear us. Dr. Mburu?
So I can hear you.
Okay. You can try to take 10 minutes, please. We want to go to plenary. If you can.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. So you're welcome to make your presentation.
Thank you. Can I share my presentation?
You have it, you want to share, or you want it to be shared from this end?
Whichever way, I don't know which is best.
So share it.
I'm already, I share it.
Yes, please.
Okay, okay.
That's okay.
Good, I'm sharing, it's okay. I hope you can see my presentation.
Not yet.
You can't?
It's loading. Let's give it a few minutes.
Okay. If it's not possible, then you can share from your side.
Okay. You can proceed as we try to do that. Technical
Okay.
team, you can try to do that. Okay, if that's okay, you can start as they share.
Okay. So I can pull down mine.
Is that okay? Okay.
Yes, but you can't see, so I'll pull down mine.
We can see
Okay.
it's been projected from our end.
Okay.
We can see
Okay,
it.
thank
You can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Simon Burunjoroge, and we wrote this paper together with Dr. Munyao and Dr. Odipo Osano. I'm presenting on the topic, the contribution of soil permeability to pesticide aquifer vulnerability along the shores of Lake Naivasha, Kenya. Next is content. I'll talk about introduction, materials and methods, results and discussion, and then conclusion and disposable recommendations. So introduction, we know that agricultural products, especially the ones produced for export, have to match very high quality standards. And the use of pesticides is one of the tools used to achieve these standards. Now, pesticides and soil properties influence the mobility, that is the movement of pesticides into groundwater and therefore contamination of groundwater. Now, a study in Naivasha showed that about 141 pesticides, which are classified, which are in classes 1 to 4, were being used. Ecological risk assessments usually look at the likelihood that adverse ecological effects may occur when exposed to one or more stressors. And in this, here we are talking about pesticides. Then there is another term that is usually used, risk, which is defined as a combination of hazard and vulnerability. Our study or our paper today is looking at that part of vulnerability. Now, vulnerability refers to the intrinsic weakness of the investigated natural system. And in terms of groundwater, we are looking at the weakness of the aquifer itself. So various approaches have been used to assess groundwater vulnerability. But in our study, we'll be looking at soil permeability, which tells us how a soil, or how good or how bad a soil is in allowing water to pass through it, because water moves through the soil, carrying with it dissolved chemicals, which then percolate to groundwater. Materials and methods, trying to be fast. Lake Naivasha is located in Naivasha sub-county, Nakuru, in the Eastern Rift Valley, and the study area was located in the central portion of the rift floor at a mean sea level of about 18 1,850. And in this study, we sampled about 19 samples, which were conveniently sampled along in the farms along, or from the farms along the lake, as shown in this figure. So this figure is showing these points where we sampled the pesticides. I mean the soils, about 19 points. But it's also showing many other details because we also collected water samples. Okay, trying to move my slide on this side. Okay. So the sieving test was done using the American method of testing materials, shown by that reference, and in the information obtained by sieving test was used to calculate the coefficient of permeability, which we are calling K, using this relationship that K is equals to D10 squared times 10 raised to power 4, and the units here are in micrometers per second. So D10 is usually referred, is a very important factor or very important parameter in engineering in terms of soils, and it is used as it is known as the effective size. And after getting the coefficients of permeability, we weighted them according to their importance in contributing to groundwater, as shown in this table. So this table is showing values of permeability and the degree of permeability. So if the permeability is over 1,000, we classify it as high, and we weighted that as 1. Going down, low permeability is 0.1 to 10 micrometers per second, and we classify that as low, and we weighted that as 0.5. And where it is practically impermeable, where the permeability is below 0.001, then we give it a weight of 0. After getting the sieving test, we plotted this curve. It's known as particle size distribution curve. And this is the curve that is usually used to determine this effective size, D10. That is the size passing the 10%. So this is the effective size, how we determine the effective size. So we collected 19 samples, as I said, and these points are shown in the map I showed as figure 1. And we determined the effective size first, and then calculated the permeability. These values you can see lies between 90 to about 841, and all of them, according to the table I've just shown, are classified as medium permeability. And so we weighted all of them from 0.75 going all the way to 1, even though we don't have exactly 1, because, as I said earlier, 1 is 1,000 micrometers per second. After getting the weights and the permeability, then we plotted the log of weights versus the log of permeability, and we were able to plot this. And why we were doing this is to use this graph to calculate the vulnerability. Now, vulnerability will be given by C times P, where P refers to the permeability of the soil. And here we have a constant which we'll determine from that figure. Now, the figure I've just shown, this figure, figure 3, can give us this relationship that log W is equals to log into bracket P BP raised to C, and W stands for the vulnerability. And we can now get that from the table, from this. Okay. We can get that as 0.8 our C as 0.96 from that graph, and using a mean value of permeability weight of 0.8, we can then calculate the vulnerability for the Lake Naivasha based on permeability alone. Note that we are using permeability alone as 0.0768 vulnerability. From there, then we can say that the aquifer around Lake Naivasha, looking at the pesticide transport determined from soil permeability, was 0.768 or 6.7%, 8%. And this means that this vulnerability is low. Looking at this permeability, this vulnerability alone, we can classify that as low. But I want to point out that a study done in the same area, looking at other parameters now, not permeability, but pesticide management practices, determined a vulnerability of 45.5%, which is quite high. And so what we can see from this study is that in terms of permeability, movement of water, then the permeability, the vulnerability of the aquifer is very low. But when you look at management practices, which is a big problem, then the vulnerability is high. In conclusion, then we can say that the vulnerability was determined at 6.78%, and this aquifer vulnerability index from pesticide mobility is low, and the area, therefore, not at risk of groundwater contamination if you are looking at soil water movement alone. Recommendation is that then we should determine an aquifer index, vulnerability index, by considering the combinations of methods to come up with a vulnerability that can help us make a decision on the safety of groundwater around Lake Naivasha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has saved us quite some time. Let's give him another shower. Thank you, Dr. Now we are moving towards the tail end of the presentations. We want to call upon Mr. Kongani Nicholas Mulama. So as Mr. Mulama comes, Dr. has handled a very important aspect. Like Naivasha, there's a lot of farming that uses a lot of pesticides, so that is really important for us. So, karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, all. 10 minutes, yeah. Thank you. So, my presentation is all about Kenya's transformation agenda for the youth since independence and future projections. So the conversation around all that we are discussing here, the SDGs, the climate action, the sustainable development goals, all lie around empowering the youth. When youth are well empowered, then we are rest assured.
Let me just interrupt him. Please stop sharing, Dr. so that if you can still hear us. Okay, thank you.
So, if youth are well empowered, then we will be able to push matters to do with climate, sustainable development goals, and education for sustainable development. So I am policy oriented. So I was focusing on how far is Kenya and where are we going in terms of improving the well-being of the youths. So the Youth Transformation Agenda, since independence in the context of public policy to the efforts by government to address the needs, aspirations, and challenges by the young people in the society, this agenda typically includes policies and programs aimed at empowering youth, enhancing their participation in decision-making, providing access to education, healthcare, employment opportunities, and promoting their overall well-being. The nature of this agenda involves recognizing the potential of young people as agents of change and development. It encompasses creating an enabling environment that fosters youth engagement, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Moreover, it involves addressing systematic barriers such as poverty, inequality, lack of access to resources, and social exclusion that hinder the youth development. The scope, growth, and development within the context extends beyond economic indicators to include political, social, and cultural dimensions. So it emphasizes holistic development and enables young people to realize their full potential and contribute positively to society. This involves investments in education, skill development, health services, social protection, and creating opportunities for meaningful participation in civic and economic life. Ultimately, the Youth Transformative Agenda aims to build inclusive and sustainable societies where young people can thrive and drive progress. So since independence, Kenya has significant steps in addressing the needs of the youth population. The government has gone ahead to implement various policies and programs targeting empowering the youth and providing them with opportunities to be participants in the nation's growth and development programs. Transformation agenda has been shaped by components comprising of public policy, changing needs of the youth population, the nature and scope of growth and development. The government of Kenya has implemented various policies and programs aimed at spearheading the needs of the youth, including employment, education, and entrepreneurship. These policies have been fundamental in empowering youth and providing opportunities to participate in countries' growth and development. Towards fulfilling the transformative agenda of the youth, some of the policies put in place to steer the same since independence are: one is establishment of Youth Enterprise Fund under the legal notice number 63 of 2007, Wezo Fund, the rollout of Hustler Fund. The initiatives are a commitment to fostering youth entrepreneurship by providing financial muscles for them to start and expand their business opportunities. Another one is the introduction of access to government procurement opportunities. Was once a score on government's commitment to youth empowerment. This was to enhance youth participation in government procurement programs, hence opening avenues for young entrepreneurs to access government contracts. It gave a space of 30% to government procurement opportunities for the youth. Another one is the National Youth Service Act of 2018, which designated a state corporation. NYS as a state corporation was a crucial milestone towards harnessing the capabilities of the youth for national development projects and promoting civic education, community service, and responsibility. The Act reinforces the government's commitment in utilizing energy and enthusiasm of the youth for the greater good of the nation. Just to reiterate on this, the call of the President of the Republic of Kenya on growing, is it, Madam, 3 billion trees by 2030? 15 billion. Up to now, this corporation, the National Youth Service, which is youth-oriented, has already grown up about 300 million trees. So through this, we can see what the youth can do to make sure that the climate action is successful. The next one is establishment of National Youth Council, which served as a milestone in creating a well-structured platform for the youth representation and advocacy. The signing of bilateral agreements with foreign countries open up world labor market that is safe for the youths to explore potential opportunities that are limited in Kenya, hence by some percentage solving the challenge of unemployment. We have the competency-based curriculum has emerged as a groundbreaking in the education sector, it introduced a fresh perspective on students to acquire education, knowledge and skills, placing a strong emphasis on competencies. These values are pivotal in shaping learners' characters. This will go ahead in producing youth population that is manageable in terms of social and economic resilience. The Marshall Plan, the launch of Marshall Plan for Youth Employment and Development in 2008 represented a promising strategic move to address challenges of unemployment. So we have challenges that have been encountered by this transformative agenda. So we have the heavy-weighted corruption, muscles eating away the resources to be used to fight common threats facing Kenyan youth. So corruption, even if what we are doing today, if we cannot combat corruption, then achieving our vision, I think it will be a bigger problem. So then we have nepotism is still a threat to the success of competent youth. Then persistent increase in youth unemployment rates remains another heavy challenge, as about 50,000 youth graduate every year from learning institutions compared to the country's pace of economic growth, which is slow despite numerous initiatives aimed at job creation. In addition, most of the youth jobs are selective, hence unable to apply. Most of the youth are job selective, hence unable to apply the principle of first come, first served in terms of job opportunities. Then we have the emergence of global disasters like COVID-19, posing tough economic times, hence close-up of many companies and retrenchment from jobs due to paralyzed circulation of economic resources. We have overdependence. Then social and cultural barriers, heavy taxation, lack of self-actualization, skills mismatch, proper monitoring and evaluation, and limited access to finances further constrain the full realization of the youth transformation agenda. To steer Kenya's transformation agenda towards the realization of the youth future aspirations, the key public policy recommendations are imperative to make this successful. First and foremost, the success of the youth lie around the 17 sustainable development goals. What makes these goals lag behind in terms of approach and implementation is a vice known as corruption, which is wide in terms of view and application. The government should declare corruption as a national disaster, where it should be fought with heightened approaches that are vicious and meaningful, and with goodwill, the way terror attacks are counterattacked. This is for the good of the future of the youth of Kenya. When the Kenya population is well capped in terms of resource success and full inclusivity, the full vision of Africa and world on youths can be maximally utilized. Policymakers should come up with the mechanisms to support the youth in understanding global development so that they think globally and act locally. They think locally and act globally. This will help them realize that there is much to be done beyond the main rites of passage in the African setting. Stringent policies should be implemented to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, job creation, providing robust financial support with clear monitoring and demanding accountability, and streamlining bureaucratic processes. Gender-responsive policies are essential in dismantling existing disparities and providing equitable opportunities for the youth for both gender, investing in digital literacy and ensuring widespread access to technology will empower the youth in increasingly modern digital economy. So environmental sustainability policies coupled with rigorous monitoring and evaluation frameworks will propel the nation towards fulfilling the collective aspirations of the youth. Most of the Kenyan youth population is talented, but the chain of identifying these talents is too long, with many cartels on the way. Should public policymakers come with clear platforms coupled with policies to identify and heavily invest in these talents, this might open up a talent industry in Kenya. Hence, many young people will develop and grow through talents, reducing unemployment. Paradigm shift in the education policies is critical. The education bodies should be on the constant move to emphasize on offering practical skills and vocational training that align with industry demands and the changing trends on the job market. Civic education integration in the curriculum is crucial to foster active youth participation in government and community development. So Kenya's prosperity, stagnation, or downfall lies within the election discourse experienced after every 5 years as it is scheduled in the Constitution. This period is defined by flashing out of money to voters for influential purposes. With large sums of money from bigwigs, leaders with ideas are unable to market their ideas to the electorate, hence left out of the arena. Most of those unable to propel in the arena are youths of great ideas, of change, who clearly understand the trends of the moment because they have acquired their education in the modern settings and clearly understand what they want and what can transform lives. So they are able to work and implement social development goals. Public policymakers should enact policies that criminalize money-oriented elections to idea-oriented elections so that leaders with ideas can join the space and be part of the generation that is looking forward to providing solutions to problems facing the youth and the country at large, especially due to shifted will of working on SDGs and ESDs to self-interests. Gender rule reforms. Two-thirds gender rule is a political principle required that two-thirds rather than a simple majority of the members of politically organized group must concur in order to make decisions binding upon the whole group. Compare majority rule. Tremendous achievements have been made since the introduction of this rule in Kenya. A good number of women have been brought on board and now take part in key decisions of the country. So this rule has majorly focused on empowering women, but clear limitations and extensions on how women should be involved have never been stated. Policymakers should involve the youth, especially young women, in ensuring clear frameworks are put in place to ensure majority of the young women benefit from the two-thirds gender rule. Establishment of youth quotas connected with two-thirds gender rule is fundamental to ensure majority of the youth benefit from the implementation of the rule in both public and private sectors decision-making processes. This will involve implementation of the mandatory quotas or reservations for youth in public and private appointments. For instance, a certain percentage of positions in government agencies, commissions, and public institutions could be reserved for individuals under specific age. So in conclusion, the youth transformation agenda since independence has significantly impacted development of the society and has laid a foundation for a promising future, though there is still more to be done. More of it being all stakeholders working together in goodwill to spearhead youth empowerment. So my last message is, in the next RCE meeting, please, ladies and gentlemen, let us involve majority of the youth, because what we are trying to preach is going to be carried ahead by the youth, as most of our professors in future maybe will be retired, and what you are saying today, those who are going to implement it tomorrow are the youth, who I think I am one of them. Thank you, and have a good evening.
These Gen Zs and millennials, if we don't give them what they're asking for, they'll come and get it. So that is the message, and we have seen it. We are going to give him flowers because just stand and pick those flowers. Did you hear how many trees they have planted? Even the girls are there. So you are carrying that bouquet to you know, for all the youth. So let's rain the flowers on him. Thank you. I'm not going to exit this stage unless you give me flowers. I'm ready to catch them. Thank you very much. Madam Ruth Derito, for the next session. Thank you very much for the past session.
Yes, good evening. I think we need to do, much as we gave her flowers, we also need to give her waters. A clap, isn't it? Let's do a clap for our professor. Okay, 3, and then we give it to her. And we do like this, and they're the ones that are with energy. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much for that session. And I'm here almost at the end. And we want to consolidate what you have had. And we have had, actually we have had an opening place when we did an opening speech, and we have had quite a number of information. We got a lot of information from there. We've had a few very many presentations, and we need to see how do we move from here. And we had actually 6 themes, and I will get to them. We were able to see waste pollution control today. Waste and pollution control, we had that one today. At the end of today, we are also able to hear about the role of RCE in addressing biodiversity loss. And we were able to see a few presentations from there. We were able to get a lot of information from mainstreaming of gender, youth, and communities in linking climate action and ESDs and SDGs. We were also able to hear a few presentations on the RCE multi-stakeholders partnership as hubs of education for sustainable development in climate action and climate financing. Today, we are also able to hear about enhancing food security and sustainable livelihood through climate action. And we are able to hear about translating SDGs and global issues into local actions to address climate change. And therefore, we have quite a number of wealth of knowledge within us. But to be able to come to a conclusion for this, I can hear quite a number of, in my class there is a lot of noise anyway. We were able to hear a lot of that kind of information, but I want to give Mr. Oyuya to come and project what we have been having. Mr. Oyuya, you are able, please project and a few lessons that you have learned. Two minutes. You can just come and summarize. Maybe before we get those 2 minutes, we can hear Dorothy. You're reporting a session. Okay, but maybe you can give us just a bit of what you have. And Ms. Winlows, Jane Lows Nyabura, maybe just a summary of what maybe you have captured.
Good evening, everyone. Ms. Gendros Wambui Nyambura from the University of Eldoret. Okay. I don't have much to say because the report will be given by Evans. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for joining us on this RCE conference. It's our very first one for us to hold as University of Eldoret. Courtesy of RCE North Rift, we are grateful for your support and we look forward to implementing that which we can do. Because as we were hearing the presentations, it was clear that RCE is all about collaboration with various institutions of knowledge, like the universities, the colleges, and also about the local communities, so that we make sure the policies that we come up with or the research findings that we get are of benefit to our local communities. And that way, we promote sustainability and we ensure that our environment is protected and conserved. So as Mr. Evans continues to prepare himself, I would just like to invite Dorothy to just say something. She was also a rapporteur, but the full report or a better summary will be given by Evans. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorothy Gerono. Thanks for gracing this event. Nothing much to say, really, other than Evans is coming to present what we've compiled. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. I'm told, Justice, maybe you can just give what you captured.
Okay, my name is Kipkoge Justus. I'd just like to give I was one of the rapporteur, and I'd like to give some of the key discussions that were addressed yesterday. Okay, the first one was on the Global Awards 2024 participation, and there were need to encourage more applications. Another one was on the preservation of indigenous knowledge. Another one was inclusion of the people with disabilities, youth engagement, post presentations, and the discussions were among the following: that the RCE university community linkages to be increased, the proposal writing experience that were showcased by one of the ambassador, that they encouraged participants to present their proposals, the boy child empowerment, the volunteer advocacy. There was a necessity of volunteer efforts in ecosystem restoration, and the way forward was the continuous youth engagement, the integration of indigenous knowledge so that it cannot just live with the old people, the inclusion strategies for the people with disabilities, especially the KICD, the expansion of the volunteer programs, and the responsibility were given to the RCEs. The responsibility fall into the RCEs, the universities, the policymakers, and the youth organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are some of our rapporteurs, and we hear more as it's discussed here. And as I would want to ask also clarity, and just to give one or two.
Good afternoon. I'm Clarity Jeruto from the Eldoret National Polytechnic. Okay, I'm also the rapporteur. I took part in the place where It was about Arboretum, about the forestry. The government has already allocated, it has already increased the tree coverage from 10% to 30%. The challenges that we are facing now is like climate change. Some of the indigenous species are no longer there. So there is also the lack of accession of finance for the forest, rational implementation of a wealth research forest conservation, the prevention and dismantling of indigenous species. Also, the benefits of the Arboretum create interaction, develop skills, diversity and biodiversity, encourage utilization. It has also various types of indigenous trees. There is also nurseries. The other one is restoring health therapy, reduce stress, restoration of health of land. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you would have missed what they were giving us, isn't it? The lovely voices and the young faces, isn't it? Let us give them a clap and for the work that they have done. But then we're going to let them give a clap for what they have done. Yeah, and this clap will go like this, but don't put up there. And it's the narrow clap, isn't it? So we do one, a bigger one. I mean, you're not doing a bigger clap. It has to be extended this far. One, another one, another one, another one. Let them see. And I would also wish to call one of our own, and she has been here listening closely, and she also comes from NATCOM, that is UNESCO. And here I want to present Madam Mary Kangede, and she'll give us some words, what she has heard also.
Okay, thank you so much, Ruth, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, we should end with a lot of energy. I want to just say that I've been listening quietly. I am Mary Kangede from the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. Our CEO was here on the first day and he made remarks. And I have been listening to the various presentations. I want to say it's been quite a learning opportunity for me, and especially to see how we are leveraging matters, environment, for purposes of economic development also, not just even as we improve our environment and we address climate change, we are also leveraging that to see how we can also have economic development from this process. I want to say that as the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, we do a lot. I am sure most of you are aware about the Education for Sustainable Development 2030 framework that was launched in 2021 in the heat of COVID-19. It was actually done online, and this is a way forward from the gap. I had somebody mention the gap in the morning. So I think that is also a framework, and especially those who are working in education, we need to be conversant with. I also want to say that we also work very closely with learning institutions. I am in the education program. At the National Commission, we have 5 programs. We have education. You know, UNESCO deals with education, science, and culture. So education is one of them. Science is divided into 2, natural science and social and human science. And then we have culture. That is 4, and the 5th one is a communication program, which helps us to communicate the much work that UNESCO does. So I am in the education program, and we work in schools. We have a network called Associated Schools Project Network. It is a UNESCO network.
And what we do, we identify schools that can take forward the values of UNESCO. And one of them is education for sustainable development. And the other thing that they do is global citizenship education. And we also do a bit of peace education within all that. So those three ideals are the ones that our schools, the schools that we identify, promote. The other thing that I want to say is that through our natural science program, we are looking into promoting Baringo into a geopark. A geopark is an internationally recognized entity that is well documented and is promoted in terms of communication, and it is gazetted, and it's put in the UNESCO instruments. And as such, then we promote Baringo as a tourist destination, among other things. For it, this will be the second geopark in sub-Saharan Africa. The only other geopark that we have is in Tanzania. So it's been a long journey to try and see. This process has to involve communities, it has to involve young people, it has to involve experts. And therefore, I was wondering how the RCE programs can also be linked with this, so that we see how we leverage the work that you have done to promote this very good work. It's really tedious. We need the county government to come in, because there is some basic infrastructure that must be in place for the process to be finalized. And we hope that Kenya can be proud to host the second geopark in Baringo. So I know that there is a bit of communication between our lead person, Dr. Ishiamwata, and some of the RCEs, and probably this is something we want to take forward. More importantly, I think looking into ways in which, as we also do our work at the education program and as a commission, we can tap more strongly into the RCEs. I know that I've been longing to learn about the RCEs. I go back well equipped and seeing the opportunities that you provide, and looking forward to work more, even as we engage more with the university on other broader matters that the National Commission for UNESCO provides. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best as we look at the way forward. So I'll also be keen on the way forward to see also where we can engage. Thank you very much.
I want to give this to the youth. And I want to give, I don't know your names. The one who is just in front of, the one who is in front of, yes. Please help us appreciate the fact that the RC Eldoret, the RC North Rift is also part, Baringo is still part of this North Rift, isn't it? And you can hear the good information that you have gotten. So please help us give her, I don't know whether they are flowers, maybe you will agree on what you want to give her. Yeah. We lead us to do that. Yes. Do you want to appreciate her? Yes. Yes, it is you telling us now. Yes.
Okay. Madam, please.
Yeah. It is.
Our flowers and please after this stand up. Now, in a very special way, since she's one of the last presenters, I think we'll start with claps, then we give her flowers. Is there a big league with that? Okay, showers first of all. And there's the other one. Flower. This way, this way. Turn it. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thank you so much. I want to give one of us from either Ike or one of you, the presenters from Nigeria, just to come and give us your observation from here. Ghana, yes.
Yeah, good evening all. We have been listening to the presentations, and the one that actually caught my attention is the question that was posed yesterday by the youths. He said, RCE, RCE, what is there for them? And I have to give it back to the university. The first mission of the university is teaching and learning. The second mission is research. The third mission is community engagement. And the fourth mission is entrepreneurship. If the universities are pushing forward to get to the level of entrepreneurship, at the point the students are graduating, they wouldn't be looking for a job. So I want to use this opportunity to really ask the RCE Africa to partner with Association of African Universities and press it on the universities in Africa that we have to include entrepreneurship in our curriculum. If we do that, so that the African universities can become entrepreneurial, as the students are graduating, they will either get gainful employment or they will be employers of labor. They wouldn't be asking RCE what is in there for them. So this is a message we have to take to AAU, can be able to market it and ask all the universities in Africa to go entrepreneurial so that our youth can benefit from the university education. That is my take.
Thank you so much. And how do you, the African way? How is the African way? This guide us to do the African way, appreciating the African way. Yes.
Yes. No, this is a Eldoret teaching.
Yes.
So we will give him the maziwa ya Eldoret.
So,
Haha.
so you're being
Our guest from Ghana.
Yes, the guest from Ghana.
We are waiting as we are walking.
We are being
Okay,
given
please. You know our big
the
sausage.
milk.
Yes.
The milk
big one.
from Eldoret.
Yes. How do you hold it from which hand? The right hand. Like this. Yes. No. Yes. The left hand. Yes. Okay, let's all stand and give you. This is what we value most in Eldoret City. We are shaking the mursik. This is our milk, and we will have to carry it home. Okay. Now let us shake.
We shake the milk. We shake the milk.
But remember, you are shaking it from an angle. You just don't shake like this.
You shake it from an angle like this.
Yes. Let's open it. How do you give him without opening? I open the sauté. I now pour it to a cup. I'll give him to drink.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for that session. I want to invite yes, yes, yeah, the Ghana one. Yes, from Ghana. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So once again, we want to express our appreciation to be part of this August meeting we started yesterday. And we just want to assure you that everything we have learned, in fact, right from the morning when we got here, I was sharing with my colleague this unforgettable experience of tree planting where we have management in attendance. And all attendees here around, we are going to ensure that back in our country, anytime we are holding a special program like this, my friend once said, oh, even during his birthday, he could plant a tree. My birthday is in 2 weeks. I'm going to ensure I'll plant a tree. And I just want to assure you that sustainability will be our hallmark back home, back on our campus, everywhere, even in our family, so that together, should we meet again in a year or later, we'll be able to share the richer experiences we have had. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
We will also get him some. It's called what? Yes, Yes. Please help us. It goes with. Which hand are we using? Yeah, thank you so much. With that, then I want to invite Evans to come and take us through our recap about what you have done those days. And then I will also invite, yes, to come over.
Evans, because it's a young person, before he comes, there was something we wanted to do.
Yes.
Before he comes up,
yes,
he gave a presentation.
Yes.
And he said one of his last recommendations. What was your last recommendation?
My last recommendation.
Yes. Yes. Your presentation.
On my presentation.
Yes.
Was for the.
That the young people should be involved in, invited. What did you say? What did you say?
The young people should be involved, very involved in the talk we are having about climate action, implementation of SDGs.
I thought you were going to say, I would like to congratulate North Rift, RCE, for involving young people. Did you hear since yesterday? Today?
Let me correct myself, madam.
Okay, correct yourself. Okay.
This is what I was to say. In this convention. So, in this convention, I first congratulate the North Rift region for hosting this meeting, but my concern was on the attendance of the youth. I think the awareness to the youth about this meeting was very low, because the turnout of the youth in this meeting has been very low, and the conversation around the world is about the youth. So that was my concern.
Yes,
yeah.
Maybe I should come in. I don't know. Maybe we have two eyes. One of the things I am impressed with in this RCE is the involvement of youth. Youths were like 3/4 of this hall. And another thing is that they were not only present, they participated. They made presentation. Did you see them?
I saw.
This afternoon, one of the best presentations to me was a youth. Who was that name? What, Miss Barasa? Yes. And she came, and you know why I said that? Because you know the tool, the quantitative tool she used for analysis. That thing, anybody go and try it. It is tough. I tried using it when I was doing my doctorate. It gave me white hair. My hair turned white immediately. And this young girl came and was just, talking like that. Please, let's give her more flowers. More flowers. So in this meeting, so what I'm trying to say, your dream is already happening. And there is no going back. RCE is being youth-led.
Yes.
Their voices are heard, their voices are important, and your dream is coming to pass.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Please, Evans, come. I just wanted to correct that.
Wow. Thank you, Professor Kupezi, and the hosts, the University of Eldoret and the Eldoret National Polytechnic, for this opportunity. So before I begin, I just want to re-energize guys. So please, let's be upstanding, kindly. Let's be upstanding, everyone. And then, as we stand, please, as we stand, just face your neighbor in very shortly. Just face one neighbor, and then we want people who fail as you look at me. Now look at me, and then don't do what I'm doing, do what I'm saying, right? Yes, what I'm saying, not what I'm doing. And if your neighbor fails, you tell them to sit down, okay? So face your neighbor. Touch your, look at me. Touch your eyes. Okay, well, if your neighbor touches the head, let him sit down. Ask him to sit down. Ask him to sit down. I want to see. Okay, well, we are on the second session. Second session. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Concentrate. Touch your shoulders. Okay, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Touch your ears. Okay, so just sit down. Just sit down. I just want to see who is concentrating. Next. No, look at me. Your hands should be here. Touch your elbow. Sit down. Sit down. Okay. Let's go. The last bit, last but not least, raise your hands. I want to see your eyes. Oh, have a seat. Thank you. Let's appreciate ourselves. Now, first, yesterday was a very busy day, but very fruitful in equal measure. Why I'm saying that is because of lessons learned. And according to some definitions, anything that sticks in your mind after the lesson is over, that's the lesson you've learned. And part of that was one from Professor Kpezi, that let's learn to do the difficult things that we think we cannot do. Let's go ahead and do them. So if I leave this place and I see any difficult task or challenging task, I want to do that. That's one. Then two, I learned about the Japanese word that is shirin yoku, that is the forest bathing. I learned that if we plant more forests and have more forests, then it will contribute to our mental health through different perspectives. Lastly, I learned from Dr. Jong-hee Park in her presentation that there is an open call for RCE awards. All these things that we presented here qualify for awards. Yet, when we go on the international fora, especially our regional advisor, she's embarrassed if Africans don't apply. Yet we have very beautiful projects. Why should we not? Yes. So just go to the website and then you can seek assistance and then you apply. Additionally, all these projects that we are doing can be updated in the RCE website. There is where you update your projects. Now, when the awards come, your project is already in the website, and you keep on updating from time to time. So I believe going forward, members are going to be more active, because again, we will only be judged by our activity. Thank you. And lastly, my presentation is now geared towards our theme and the deliberations that we are making out of this fora. When we leave this place, we need to know, what am I going to do as an individual? What am I going to do as an RCE member? What am I going to do? What is going to be my action point to the university that I left? What is going to be the action point for the country that I'm going back to? So every member should pay attention to every bit of this work, because this is going to be like our recap and it's going to be our take-home point. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see I have different sections. The first, we have rows and columns. So we have serial number, and then the first one is RCE roadmap strategies. Is having priority areas. That is for between 2021 to 2030. Yes, so that is automatic. But if you go down, then they are filled, right? Then we have key issues raised from this forum. Secondly, we have decision made, we have way forward and action, and then we have responsible parties, and then we draw a timeline, right? So I want us to check keenly, as I'll be reading, if there is any addition that you feel that we need to do, we should adjust that. If there is any subtraction, or where we feel is inadequate or is overexpressed, then we also do the same. Now, number one is establishment of an indigenous herbal bank. Do we feel that it is true that we should have that? Yes, so that we appreciate our culture and the indigenous knowledge? Yes.
The decision is to encourage African RCEs to establish indigenous herbal banks. Especially, for example, that is a take-home point for me as well, because in my university we have a botanical garden. The botanical garden should now start working on processing these medicinal herbs and then leveraging on indigenous knowledge so that we can do the same, right? So it means we can pick a point here and then domesticate it in our own small or big ways and create the difference. Yes, Professor?
I like the word you use, so maybe we can add establish indigenous herbal banks, leveraging them on indigenous knowledge.
Yes.
Let us add that to, is somebody working on it?
Yes.
Okay, so then we can correct it later.
Yeah. Then, secondly, is the way forward and action. Way forward and action. So, sorry? No, just speak up, please. Somebody to help with the microphone so that we capture these additions. Oh, okay. So that they are readable, please. Yes. So it's establishment of indigenous herbal bank, leveraging on indigenous knowledge. Yes. Thank you. Then, encourage African RCEs to establish indigenous herbal banks. Yes. It's on point. Then, UOE leads in establishment of collaboration with stakeholders at the conference. Sorry. At the conference, including NEMA, African Advocacy for Change, North Rift Herbalists.
Advocacy for change. No, there's no Africa here.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. So, including NEMA, Advocacy for Change, North Rift Herbalist Association, and University of Eldoret. Any player that is left behind in that? Yes, sir. Sorry, yes, please. The Green Connection, please. The county government. Somebody to assist him, please.
Yeah, county government.
Yes. Sorry? NOREM. NOREM. Okay, yes. Yes, sir? Yes? KFS. Yes, KFS, Kenya Forest Service. KFRI. I do. Yes. Sorry? Linda Mazingira Initiative Kenya. Warma. Sorry? Yes, Prof?
Excuse me, you know it's an African program.
Yes.
So we are saying that it's going to start, since we are here,
Yes.
it's starting here.
Yes.
I mean, as an example, as a lead. But we also have University of Port Harcourt. We have Ghana. Are you not going to follow the lead so that we can add it? That, you are also...
Sure.
So could you give us your universities so that we can add your universities? We add University of Port Harcourt.
University of Port Harcourt.
Ghana, what's your university? Yes, that's Kumasi Technical University.
Kumasi Technical University. Yes, okay. Yes. Well, excuse, we could have two options. You can have different people writing so that we move fast. And then after this session, we compact them together and have a deliberation. Yeah, sure. So please, can you recruit your team in a minute or less? Yes, so you can just have a table of the same kind and then just make those additions as we move. And then we will collect everything together and then have a very clear roadmap. Yes, sir. Yes. Linda Mazingira Initiative. Yes, of Kenya. Now, there are people who are taking notes, please. And I want them to move closer so that I can see them. In my class, if I see you, then I think you must be active. So, yeah. Sure.
But they know they are part of the North Rift.
Sure.
Be part of an RC.
Oh, yes, sir. Warma. Oh, water resource authorities. Yes. Okay. Update. Next. Then responsible parties. And in my opinion, the responsible parties will be the parties involved, right? Or the parties that will take the lead.
No, the responsible parties will be like here now.
Okay.
Is it not with
RCE.
Led by, since
The University of
the
Eldoret.
university is going to give us the land and all that, so the university is there.
It's
Then
the lead.
also responsible parties, University of Port Harcourt,
Okay.
the RCE there.
Sure.
The RCE in the University of Ghana.
Yes.
The NEMA, those are the responsible parties.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move to
bring
the
in every other person.
exactly. Let's give the timeline for these. Timelines. We have timelines, and timelines we give in terms of quarters, so that they are not very squeezed, but then they are also practical. Timelines.
Let's give ourselves quarters.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So, Yes. So 2025. Should we have quarter 1 or 2? Quarter 1. So, please, quarter 1, 2025. Let's appreciate. That's the first one down, and we are into the next. Again, please. So, the second one is building synergies with NATCOM, UNESCO, and national government and other allied organizations. Building synergies with NATCOM, UNESCO, national government, and other organizations that are allied. So, sorry? Yes, national and county governments, again, please. Stroke. Good. Thank you. Yes. KN. K. The last. NATCOM. Good. Now, I would request that we leave it at that, because it will be domesticated by different organizations, so you can increase them as per your organization. And then let's move again. Yes, connecting with the National Commission of UNESCO. Connecting with National Commission for UNESCO. Yes. Then RCEs to visit UNESCO in their countries and establish relationships with them. Is that clear? Yes. Any addition to that?
I think so.
Sorry? Uh-huh. For UNESCO. Okay.
So that is RCEs to visit national commissions
For
of
UNESCO.
in
Their countries. Yes.
and
Yes.
establish relationship with them. Full stop.
Yes.
You can take the NATCOM out.
Sure. Again, please. Yes, sir.
I don't know exactly if there are enough UNESCO clubs in Kenya. Were UNESCO clubs established in Kenya?
Yeah, and the National Commission.
Linkage between the UNESCO and the society.
Thank you.
So it is another window. In case you you want to consider, but I don't know exactly what is the structure in Kenya.
Okay. I think, sorry?
They are coordinated through the National Commission.
Yes.
So that is one of the things that we
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay. Thank you.
that's why we-
So from that deliberation, it means if you visit the national office, then you find more direction on how you can establish clubs and all the nitty-gritties that accompany the same. So let's move again, please. Timelines. When do you think RCs are in a position to do this, please? Responsible parties. I think those are RCs, right?
Yes, the RC's leadership.
Yes?
RC coordinators.
Yes. RC coordinators, that is the youth coordinator and RC coordinators. Yes? Timelines?
Now, between now and 2024, August.
Okay. That is Q4 of 2024. Yes? Is that okay?
Or do we
Yes.
just put in that case, timeline, do we put first quarter
Of 2025?
this year?
Yes, Q4. Yes, that's Q4. So that's okay. The next organ, in case of any addition, and please be checking the chat box so that in case there are members who are online, so that we also pick your input. It's important that you also contribute to this because these are very important deliberation of this meeting. Thank you. Now, as I told you, sorry? Yes, Prof? Yes, sir.
What opportunities for fundraising?
Okay. Yes, we are still progressing. Yes. Yeah, sure. So let's move the number one item, but actually it's not number one. I think it's wrongly numbered. We will, yes. So serving as local, and that one, serving as local and regional hubs for ESD and showing leadership for innovation, that is the key priority area for RCE between 2021 and 2023. So we want to align to those 4 key areas so that whatever we are doing is aligned to RCE roadmap. Yes, yes, yes.
Just an addition.
Yes, please.
Now, since it is a strategic point number 1.
Yes, yes.
The roadmap.
Yes.
You can say it's from now to 2030. So the roadmap goes up to
30.
It's a strategic point number 1.
Yes. Okay. But 2030, I think we ought to have had hurdles as we jump hurdles up to 2030. Otherwise, that not far? Yeah, okay. Any suggestion on that?
Okay, I'm imagining.
Yes.
So it's one of the strategic priority areas.
Yes.
For the roadmap. And there are 4 of them.
Yes.
So I think that we should finish off with the strategic point number 1, then go to the other 3, and we move with them concurrently. That's the...
Oh, yes, we are moving with them concurrently, but we are having sub-thematic areas on what we are capturing for each. So, yeah, so we will be moving with all of them as we progress, yeah. Thank you for the input. So, under that thematic area, we have preservation and mainstreaming of gender, youth, and communities in climate action with ESD and SDGs. I'm repeating, under that thematic area, we have preservation and mainstreaming of gender, youth, and communities in climate action with ESD and SDGs. Sorry?
Do we understand that?
Okay. It seems it's too wordy and then, yes. So.
Let's put concrete things.
Sure.
Let's put concrete things that people can do that will benefit people. Maybe it's about mainstreaming. Do we have that problem right now?
Yes, I think we do because we are trying to combat climate change, that is climate action, and then we are trying to education for sustainability. We are trying to implement that in whatever we are doing to achieve the sustainable development goals. So, in short, that point wants everybody to be involved. of each gender to be involved in whatever we are doing in terms of climate action, in terms of ESDs, and in terms of SDGs, so that nobody is left behind.
So
Partnerships for the goals. Yes?
do we put promoting stakeholder involvement in all communities? I mean, like in this meeting,
Yes.
you can see that that has been done because it's
Sure.
intergenerational. You
Sure.
have the elderly people, you have the young people, you have the
Sure.
middle people,
Yeah,
everybody.
sure.
Women are here, youths are here. So do we capture it in words that we understand, not that are not too technical? That
Yeah.
people will be asking, what does this mean?
Yeah. Any suggestion on how we can reward so that it's more understandable, the point?
Maybe we just state mainstreaming of gender youth and communities and climate action.
Okay. And we stop it there? Preservation, okay.
What did you mean by preservation? Before you did it.
Well, you see, I'm in conservation. So there's the term conservation and preservation. When you talk about preservation, you want everything to remain the way they are without human interference. Hands-off management, so that if a forest is pristine, we leave it as that without manipulating it. Anytime we try to manipulate it to fit the human beings, then it's conservation now, not preservation. So preservation is always trying to create a hands-off affair on any natural resource, but without, sorry?
I think that thing.
Yes?
It's about, maybe it's about mainstreaming.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about mainstreaming what we do, so that the youth, both gender, are addressing issues of ESD and SDGs.
Okay. So I think
That's what
it's,
I don't know whether that's what you
yeah,
have in mind.
it's true. So it means it's clear that way, right?
Maybe just recasting, but
It can remain, okay.
Is it proof? Yeah. Can you just
Sorry? Again, back, yes. Thank you. Means,
promoting the inclusion of everyone in climate action? They will not put,
Okay.
cannot qualify the everyone.
Yes,
The,
true.
The older people, young,
Both
women,
gender.
and put that in bracket.
Okay.
So the inclusion of.
Okay.
Because I would have asked you,
Sure.
where is the
Must we
body?
use the word?
Where are the children here? Are we not thinking about them?
Okay, yeah, you are right.
Just too specific to you.
Sure.
And you're talking of gender means maybe men and women. What about children when you are talking, in fact, you thought of preservation?
Sure.
Those children also needed to understand this. So I love what she said, inclusivity. That brings everyone on board.
Okay. Again, please. You've made the correction? Okay.
Promoting inclusion
Of everyone. Of intergenerational, communities. Yes, intergenerational brings in everybody. Communities.
In climate action.
Yes, in climate action. Remove
So,
gender
so
because
yeah, sure.
intergenerational means everybody.
Can we say intergenerational actors?
Intergenerational actors.
In community. In climate, again, another in. Okay, in climate action on EST and SDGs. In climate action, yeah.
Sure.
Remove the with and just put comma there.
Sure. Thank you. Promoting. So, again, is promoting inclusivity. Thank you. Then the decision. We are on decision. Yes. Finalize guidelines for gender and youth inclusion in climate action. Yes? Sorry? That is that column is discussion.
Develop activities and proposals on activities that will bring these intergenerational actors around specific problems in the community.
Sure.
Yes, that's what we should put. Not just guideline, but actual, concepts and proposals on what action can be taken to solve problems.
Again, did you capture that? Develop.
Develop action to promote intergenerational action in actors in climate. Yes, that's fine.
Promote inclusion. The word inclusion is
but it's already in the other part, so it's there.
Action.
This is under that.
So, yes? Yes, sir?
I think first we need to understand better our mission, our vision, then now the objective. We now align together what progress we are doing.
Yes, now, all these are as a result of the presentations that were made in this conference based on the thematic areas. So we are just trying to align what we presented and then figuring them out so that they are all inclusive, so that it becomes a deliberation of the 14th African RCE meeting. Yeah.
Yes, so that nobody will say, I don't know what to do.
Sure.
It's something you can carry home.
Sure.
Into.
Yeah. So the next is way forward. Way forward. Hagan. So, way forward. Develop a framework for integrating. Well, so yeah, exactly. So it aligns to the others.
Let's align it. They can align it.
Yeah, I think that is easy to align to.